Who?
At the very beginning.
On the curls.
You're talking to me?
It said he wants guests.
Oh, okay. No problem.
You take a
I don't know.
chocolate curl at the bottom and some
No problem.
Also,
Okay.
the airport board, the airport
Outstation.
Yeah, we are on.
wanted to make sure I wrote down
Oh, last
thoughts.
I don't
Hmm?
care.
Yeah, I'm just like,
He's gonna be here
My hair is naturally
next week
curly,
for the
not like
festival,
that.
and I'll
But you get cut like this, but I think it's
showtime
very short, so
coffee.
I can do
Friday,
it.
he writes articles for the Alsatian.
It will
Cool.
hold.
And you can tell him, you're going to go visit him.
Yeah.
I am.
They'll make a parade for you.
I'll be there. I'll be there. I talked to a group from Inglesheim last night.
You don't have a hat on while you're out. It looks like it's been
I'll be
on
there
an expedition.
September.
You had mentioned it earlier.
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Have to be careful. I have to tell
You have
people.
everybody. He's just down the way.
Which is
Got a book.
Good.
He's getting ready for
I
it. He's
said,
gonna
I tell
use the
people I was going
whiteboard.
to France.
I
And
know,
they
okay.
turn
He's
around and say,
preparing exhibit A.
I said, no,
And you got
don't
the
get your
agenda
hopes up.
Special call meeting Monday.
Okay.
Special club meeting Monday. I did not.
Okay, well, you may not have seen it. You'll have to see it. I don't know how it did.
That would have gone out. Okay,
Just, it just went out.
I can't check the email where it's
Well, he'll announce it.
Oh. All right, it'll be 5 p.m. We're going to call this regular city council meeting to order. And I just want to note the fact that where'd Mr. Lee go?
He's right
Okay.
there.
All the council members are present, and we're going to immediately recess into executive session. The city council will convene in closed session pursuant to Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code for one or more of the following authorized reasons. My apologies, Deborah. You are running the show. The thing is running, right?
Yes,
I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
yes, for once I
On the city council and will meet in closed session pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551.0. Wait, I take that back. Texas Government Code 551.071. A government body may not conduct a private consultation with its attorney except when the governing body seeks the advice of its attorney about A, pending or contemplated litigation, or B, a settlement offer, or 2, consultation with attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with this chapter pertaining to P3 and P homes, nursing home bill, and any other matters which may arise. And before I close this, even though I made a comment, I do want to make a point that the executive session part for the personnel matters, we'll go ahead and postpone that to a special meeting scheduled for Monday, April 20th. Okay? We are now recessed from open meeting at 5:01 p.m. to executive session. Okay.
You already put these out.
Yes,
You're fine.
I am. I won't
Wow.
Fun side.
I do want to let y'all know before I start the meeting, these forms, these public participation forms, that's to be able to speak during the item, during the agenda. As far as citizens' comments, you don't have to sign in. Everybody's going to get their shot on that one. Does that make sense? Okay, I'll lead you as we go. We ready here? Everyone here? I'll help y'all out. Okay. It's 6:07 p.m. We're going to reconvene the city council in open session. Let's do a roll call real quick.
Sheena Martinez, District 1.
Houston Marchman, District 2. Bill King, District 3.
David Mers Jr. for District 4. Probably District 5.
And Bruce Alexander, Mayor. Let's all now stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, do we have someone to give us an invocation?
I did not get a response that I know of, so I guess we don't.
Wonderful.
I'm sorry.
Well, let's get a stab at that. All right. Dear Lord, thank you for the opportunity for us all to come together and conduct the business of the city. Help us to work together for the good of all and make good decisions on behalf of everyone in the city and everyone that enjoys any parts of the city. In Christ's name we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you. Okay, right now what we do, the first thing we do, we open up the citizens' comments. The city council will hear comments from any citizen or visitor. Speakers must address their comments to the presiding officer rather than individual council members or staff. Stand at the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and state your name, residential address before speaking. Speakers will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes for testimony in accordance with the State Open Meetings Act. The city council is restricted from discussing or taking action on items not listed on the agenda. Action can only be taken in a future meeting. Now, I do know that there's several folks here who are going to want to talk about the agenda item. You're welcome to discuss it right now during citizen comment, because I know, Mr. Stein, that you have to leave because you're the voice of the Panthers and you're fixing to go announce a baseball game. So open it up for citizens' comments, please.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Scott Stein, 206 Breeden Street here in Castroville, Texas. I'm here tonight to speak about the Medina Valley Youth Baseball and its long partnership with the city of Castroville. I started playing youth baseball when I was 9 years old on the original field here in Castroville. At that time, the league consisted of 3 Castroville teams, the Indians, the Cubs, and the Comets, along with the Real Medina Kittens and the Lacoste Lions. It was only 9 through 12-year-old league. As our community was growing at that time, it became clear that that field would no longer serve the needs of the children here in the Castroville area. So a group of local leaders, Leon Shillhart, Royce Grove, Steve Gallegos, among others, approached the city to find a solution. Together, they developed a plan for the facility where we play today, based on a 1-year lease contract with water included. The following year, from that original farmland, Medina Valley Youth Baseball started building what now stands today. Over the past 55 years, the league has grown from 1 field to 8 fields, all built, funded, and maintained through the efforts of volunteers and the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association. Throughout those decades, the league has continued to improve the facility without requesting or receiving funding from the city. The fences, scoreboard, buildings, and light poles have all been made possible through volunteer work, fundraising, and the support of local families and businesses. There was a time when we've had several, as you guys know, but we had a real severe storm out here. Took roofs off our buildings, took down fences, took down scoreboards, and even a couple of light poles. The league had to borrow money from the Castroville State Bank to rebuild. Local businessmen stepped forward to co-sign the loan so the program could continue serving the children of this community. Personally, I've been involved with Medina Valley Youth Baseball since I was 9 years old. As a player, a coach, a board member, and eventually serving 14 years as the president. Over those years, I've seen thousands of kids come through this program. Some have gone on to play college baseball, and a few have even been drafted into Major League Baseball. But far more importantly, generations of kids have learned teamwork, responsibility, and community through this league. For many families in Medina Valley, these fields are more than just baseball fields. They represent 55 years of volunteer commitment, community pride, and memory shared across generations. Tonight, I'm not here to argue. I'm here to ask that we continue the partnership that has worked for more than 5 decades. Medina Valley Youth Baseball has always tried to be a good steward of the land and a positive partner with the city of Castroville. My hope is that we can continue serving together or working together to find a path forward that preserves this program and the opportunities it provides for the youth of this community. Because at the end of the day, this isn't really about baseball and softball fields. It's about the kids, the families, and the community that has grown around them for the last 55 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. All right, anyone else want to speak on? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go, Marvin. Name and address, please.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Marvin Juke. I live at 8785 FM 471 South between Castroville and Lacoste. My family and I also own Juke's Meat Market for the last 50 years, and I'm here to show my support for Medina Valley Youth Baseball. The thousands of kids that have come through that facility are the benefactors of those fields and their families. The economic impact that those families bring to this community is amazing, is a lot. It's more than can be measured. Anyone that isn't familiar needs to go out there in the evening in the summer or like right now and see how many lives they influence. They use 17 acres of the 400 that are out there, and yet we can't find room for them. This doesn't make sense to me. It's not logical. As a leader of this community, we need to find a way to all work together and find to coexist, make it work, and whatever we got to do, we need to do what's best for the community. It would be a travesty for something to happen to that facility unless we had a better one in mind. And the millions of dollars it would take to duplicate that, I just don't think that that's possible. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Marvin. Okay. Let me get to this. Sorry. Next, Ms. Welch.
Allison Welch, 704 Lisbon. I come to you tonight wearing several different hats, all rooted in this community. First, I'm here as the Castroville Kinetic Kids Satellite Coordinator. Kinetic Kids provides adaptive sports and fine arts programs for children with disabilities. For the past 4 years, we have used Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association fields for our baseball programs, and I can't overstate how important that access has been. For many of our athletes, this is their first opportunity to be part of a team, to wear a jersey, step onto a field, and simply feel included. These fields are more than dirt and fences. They're where confidence grows, friendships form, and families who often feel on the outside finally feel like they belong. I also come to you as a member of the Parks Board. Our vision is to provide safe, high-quality parks for all ages and abilities with a strong focus on inclusion. The use of the MVYBA fields reflects that vision by helping create opportunities for a broader range of community members. I'm also here as a former athlete. I grew up on those fields, and my dad helped build much of what is still there today. There's a deep sense of pride and history tied to that space for many families, including mine. And finally, I'm here as a parent. My children have both played at MVYBA and are learning teamwork, responsibility, and resilience, lessons that go far beyond the game. Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association is more than a youth baseball organization. It's a cornerstone of this community. It brings people together, supports our youth, and provides opportunities for programs like Kinetic Kids to serve children who need it most. I encourage you to consider the full impact of these fields and the many children who rely on them. Their value reaches far beyond one organization. They are a shared community asset. Thank you for your time. And forgive me for sneaking out. I'm going to go to a baseball game right now.
Thank you, Ms. Welch. Okay. Anyone else?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
My name is Lai Win, and the address is 15157 Main Street, Lytle.
Okay.
My name is Lai Win. I'm a local business owner here in Medina County. I built my work here in the community, and a lot of what I do centers around visual storytelling, helping capture and communicate what makes people's business and places meaningful. I run a multimedia company, and a production company, and over time I've seen how that work directly impacts how a place is experienced, how it's perceived, and ultimately how it attracts attention and engagement. I've been keeping up with the ongoing discussions around overnight tourism and visibility for the city, and I've shared my company's information with the chamber and connected with a few folks locally. One thing I've seen through my work is that the visibility alone isn't always a challenge. It's how a place is being represented, how consistent that message is, and whether it actually connects with the people you're trying to reach. While my background primarily has been creative and production work, I also look at how those efforts are performing, what's drawing people in and what's resonating, where there may be opportunities to strengthen how the city is being experienced and communicated. I'm here tonight to introduce myself as a local resource. If there are opportunities to support the city, whether through storytelling, visibility, or helping assess and strengthen those efforts, I'd welcome the opportunity to contribute to that work. I'm going to include these packages. This is our EPK, basically our electronic press kit, and also a Castroville tourism initiative that we had come up with, right, for an idea.
Thank you.
And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate that. Okay, let me go back here. Does anyone else would like to make citizens' comments? Yes, ma'am. Name and address, please, first.
My name is Anna Wharton. I live at 1762 County Road 4713. I also own a business here at 808 London and numerous rental houses here inside the city limits. And I'm speaking on the issue of the lease. I want to echo what Ms. Welch and Mr. Stein and Mr. Juke said about the Youth Baseball Association, although I don't think there's anybody in the room that can overstate the value of softball and baseball and that facility and what it's done for our community. But I don't think this is about a lease or whether that use of that space is at fair market value or whether it's an appropriate use. I believe that entire community, that entire airport facility is underutilized with it being an airport. And I think, just like I spoke in front of this council, although some of you were different then, I believe that at the same time that we spoke against the airport during the times of the Joint Airport Zoning Board, we as a city need to address the highest and best use for the airport. And it's not fiscally responsible to be carried forward as an airport. It needs to be sports parks. So when these folks come before you and beg not to have to pay a large lease fee for something like a softball or a baseball park that has been ingrained in Castroville's roots for all of these decades, maybe that we need to be listening to the citizens that want a larger sports complex, multi-use sports complex, and let's use that 400 acres for sports and retail. I do not believe that anybody in this room believes that FAA or TxDOT will take that land back from us or require a payback. But I am going to start being more vocal, and I encourage everybody in this room to be more vocal about whether not just the baseball should stay there, but whether the airport should stay there. Thanks.
Okay, anyone else? Name and address first, please.
Karen Brunaire, 112 River Forest in Castroville. Again, just reiterating what everyone else has come up here and talked about with the Medina Valley Youth Baseball fields, and something that also needs to be considered. If we take away those fields, we're leaving thousands of kids with nothing to do. At the same time, we're allowing expansion that's bringing in thousands more kids that will have nothing to do. They need a sports park. I agree with Ms. Welch, who just said that she thought it would be better served as a sports park than as an airport. I would have to agree with that. I think it would be very unethical to take that away from the kids in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, anyone else would like to make? Yes, sir. Name and address first,
Jeffrey
please.
Finkel, 375 Private Road 4751, Castroville, Texas.
Yes, sir.
I just come as a member.
She didn't hear your
I'm
name,
sorry,
sir.
you
Jeffrey Finkel, 375 Private Road 4751. Also, Marvin's Juke's son-in-law. I come as a member of the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Board, and I just want to. There's 754 kids that we signed up this year to play baseball. That's 754 kids, parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters, aunt and uncles. They're at those fields every single week because we play every week. Every kid plays every week. It's 754. It's the biggest we've ever been. We're proud of that. We work hard at it. 754 kids you're trying to take stuff away from. That's a lot of kids.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Stein. Name and address first, please.
Matt Stein, 140 Private Road 4664. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Matt Stein, third generation Medina Valley Youth Baseball Board member, proudly. We've had several people talk about Medina Valley Youth Baseball. I'm going to stray away from that a bit. I'm going to talk about youth sports in general. It touches public health, education, safety, and just long-term strength of this community. It's a little more important than youth sports. It's really developing this community, right? Youth fields, whether they're soccer, baseball, football, multi-use, recreation, whatever it may be, they're not just patches of grass. They are places where young people learn discipline, teamwork, confidence, and leadership. They are environments where kids discover their potential, where mentors emerge, and where future leaders find their voice, and where lifelong values take root, like many people in this room. For many families, youth sports and recreation programs provide structure during critical hours after school, where young people are most vulnerable to getting in trouble and negative influences. When we invest in accessibility and well-maintained fields, we're offering our youth positive alternatives, healthy outlets to keep them active, engaged, and connected to their community. The benefits extend well beyond the individual child or my children. Youth fields bring families together. As Jeff mentioned, on evenings and weekends this time of year, the spaces are gathering areas for parents, grandparents, coaches, and neighbors. They foster relationships, strengthen local networks, and create a shared sense of pride in what it truly means to be a Castrovillian. Communities with vibrant public spaces are communities where people feel invested and connected, and that's what we can continue. There is also a strong economic impact to consider. Our youth, the youth leagues in general, they attract tournaments, which bring visitors, which bring local spending. We have numerous small businesses that benefit from that, our hotels, our homegrown restaurants that we all love, while also showcasing that Castroville is a place that values family opportunity and quality of life. Investments in these youth facilities is not an expense. It should be viewed as a crucial reinvestment and an opportunity for a healthy growth of this community. Equity is another component to consider that many people may not consider nowadays, but needs to be considered. Not every family can afford private facilities or travel teams or club teams that travel the state. Public youth fields ensure opportunities are not limited to income or zip code, and we have that right now. When facilities are well distributed and properly maintained, they send a clear message that every child deserves a safe place to play, learn, and grow. We also know that physical activity is essential to health. Youth fields encourage movement, reduce screen time, and help combat some things that we're dealing with more and more often nowadays with obesity, anxiety, and stress. At a time when healthcare costs continue to rise, prevention through active living is one of the smartest investments we can make as a city. So council members, I know decisions about youth fields are ultimately decisions about our future. The children who play on these fields today will be workers, leaders, and residents shaping the city of Castroville of tomorrow. When we prioritize their development, we strengthen this community now and in the future. So I respectfully urge this council to continue supporting and expanding investment of the various youth fields in Castroville through increased support with maintenance, accessibility improvements, and partnerships with local programs and organizations. And maybe one day a larger development that is a complete youth complex. By doing so, we ensure our commitment to opportunity, safety, and growth. Thank you for your time and your continued leadership.
Thank you, Matt. Anyone else?
I do have one that's emailed to me.
Okay. And I have one too. Name and address, please, first.
Samantha Ribisol, 1696 County Road 6710. I'm here as a concerned citizen of Medina County and a mom of a second-year T-ball player. So over the course of the last couple of years, I've actually done my own homework when it came down to numbers, and numbers speak volume. So in the last 10 years, approximately 7,000 children have come through the sports complex that serves our community. And to echo what Jeff Enkel said, up to 14,000 parents that make their way into the complex over that period, in that time frame, which does not include umpires, coaches, board members, volunteers that serve in that capacity. In one tournament, an estimated 300 hours of service goes into running that tournament, in which community members volunteer their time, dragging fields, running concession stands, maintenance on the facilities. They average about 5 tournaments a year, and that's approximately 1,500 hours. That does not include clinics, special programs, and the most importantly, how our children spend their time on the field to become better members of our community.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we have some that's turned in some letters, so we're going to read those. Go ahead.
So this is from Josh Hart, 200 Houston Street. I'm writing to ask that you support the baseball softball complex. My family and I are out there supporting my 3 kids and their teams 4 or 5 days a week this time of year. It's our 5th year being a part of that, and over the course of my oldest daughter's experience out there, learning, playing, being a part of the team, she has grown as a person. It's helped her learn the value of hard work, working with others, and obviously improved her appreciation of time outdoors and exercise. Parentheses, things get more and more young people, kids do not get enough of. Personally, as a resident of Castroville since 2003, I can say it's a great benefit to our city. As a second point, there are many folks that come from other areas of Texas to Castroville for games and tournaments at that complex. From a tourism, marketing, business development perspective, I would imagine the complex has those things going for it as well. I ask that you continue to carefully consider all viewpoints through the lens of the benefit to our citizens, neighbors, families. I know you do, and I respect you for representing us with this great care and devotion. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, I have one here from the Medina Valley head baseball coach. Dear members of the city council,
I'm sorry.
his name is Weston Heiligman.
Heiligman.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure where his current resident is, but I know he grew up in Country Village. Okay, my name is Weston Heiligman. I apologize for not being able to attend in person tonight, but I am the head baseball coach at Medina Valley High School and was not able to attend because of our game tonight. As not only the head baseball coach of MVIHS and the impact MVYBA has on our program, but as a product of the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association youth organization as a former player, I'm writing this on the deep appreciation for the role this organization has played in shaping the youth and strengthening the community of Castroville. At this time, we respectively voice our strong opposition to any efforts that would result in the loss of the land currently used by this vital program due to expansion plans associated with the Castroville Municipal Airport. For years, the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association has been far more than just a place for children to play baseball. It has served as a cornerstone of our community, bringing families together, fostering teamwork and discipline, and providing a safe, structured environment for our youth. Generations of children have grown up on these fields, learning not only the fundamentals of the game, but also the values of respect, perseverance, and community pride. The fields in question are not simply parcels of land. They are home to countless memories, volunteer efforts, and community investment. Parents, coaches, and local supporters have dedicated thousands of hours to maintaining and improving these facilities. The association also contributes to the local economy by hosting games and tournaments that bring visitors into Castroville, benefiting local businesses and reinforcing the city's reputation as a family-oriented community. While we understand the importance of infrastructure development and recognize the role the airport plays in regional growth, we strongly believe that such progress should not come at the expense of our youth and community programs. The displacement of the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association would have a lasting negative impact on hundreds of families and future generations. We respectively ask the City Council to consider alternative solutions that allow both the airport and the Youth Baseball Association to coexist. Preserving these fields is an investment in our children, our families, and the long-term well-being of Castroville. Thank you for your time, consideration, and continued commitment to serving our community. Sincerely, Weston Heileman, Head Baseball Coach, Medina Valley High School. Okay, does anyone else would like to make citizens' comments? Going once. Say one more time. Anyone like to make citizens' comments? Okay, then we'll end that section of the meeting, and we'll move straight on to. You're going to have to set through a few things here, folks. We'll move on to our consent agenda, which is the minutes from March 24th, the minutes from March 16th, adopting an ordinance amending ordinance 2025-20, the City of Castroville Comprehensive Fee Schedule to revise banner fees and utility connection fees. And D, adopting a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign a contract for tourism and economic development activities with the Castroville Area Chamber of Commerce. I'd entertain a motion.
I'd like to remove item D from the consent agenda.
Okay. Item D removed. Okay, any of the other items? Not? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we approve on this consent agenda items A, B, and C.
Motion made and second to approve items A, B, and C. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Okay, we're going to move to item D. This is adopting a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign a contract for tourism and economic development activities with the Castroville Area Chamber of Commerce. I'm actually going to, since it got pulled off the consent agenda, I'm going to ask that this item be tabled for a future agenda because I don't see the president of the Chamber of Commerce here that we've been negotiating this contract with. It is understood that it would be a consent agenda since it's been talked about. I know I wasn't here at the last meeting. My understanding in talking to the administrator that everything was flushed out then. So if there's going to be more discussions on it, I would hope that we would wait until they're present. That's my ask.
There's
Mayor?
one little change, I think. I'm not in disagreement with it, but there's one little change I think would make sense to do something. And I don't know what David's.
Mr. Merce.
Yes, I just wanted to say that the more we have talked about this item and the more we've discussed it and the more we've haggled over it, the more uncomfortable I have become with using the Chamber of Commerce, which already has a fiduciary duty to specific businesses inside the city of Castroville. Okay. I've become more and more uncomfortable with using it to represent all businesses in the city of Castroville. I understand that they intend to keep the funds separate, but it's very easy to, dollars are fungible at the end of the day. And I'm not attempting to imply they would misuse any of it, but
Sure.
I'm just not, I am not comfortable voting yes for this item, which is why I pulled it, so I could vote no.
Mr. Lee?
Yes, I think we ought to go ahead and discuss it because there's a couple of items that were brought up previously that I don't know that have been covered in here. And so if you're going to speak to them again or bring it back, we can at least voice our concerns with the, or suggestions with the version we see in front of us. So we've all had our say, so there should be no issues the next time around.
I'm fine. I'm not going to sit and stop that, but my understanding was that was all addressed. So I don't know what else is new has come up.
I mean, yeah, our contract, Dan and I are looking at each other. The contract you have in front of you captures the change, the things that were requested by council at the last meeting. So the intent was to do that same thing, Councilman Lee. It's like at the last meeting, let's iron this out so the next time it comes up, we can just put it on consent, get it adopted. So it's on consent for adoption. It's now been pulled off consent, and it sounds like we're about to do the same thing we did at the last meeting.
Okay. Well, Mr. King, did you have a point?
Yeah, the way it's written now is that the contract is, starts and gets reviewed at the end of April of next year, but then it says automatic renewals, and it doesn't specify that they need to come back to, the option is to automatic renewals, but it doesn't say that it needs to be renewed on the particular date each year. It just simply says, the way it is, it's open-ended, and that's kind of a little open.
My understanding was that y'all wanted it 1 year.
Yes.
Which would have been starting today, April 14th, until April the 30th of 2027. And then it would be just simply an option to review annually.
Yeah, and I guess I'm surprised you didn't, because my intent was that every year, and of course it's going to be up to the council's end, but I would think instead of this automatic renewal, you need to purposely look
No,
at
there's
it.
no automatic in it.
Well, it's an automatic, it's a option to renew, but then it needs to be come up and discussed every year to see what's going on. That was my intent, but,
In there, if that's what y'all want.
and that's what, and I also understand David's because I am getting feedback. So I think it probably does need to be discussed at a future meeting and not just automatically brought in. Of course, in 2 meetings, half the council's going to be gone. So with that deadline, with that knowledge in play.
What if we added in with an option to review annually, which must be approved by the city council?
Annually on that anniversary date.
Yeah, and beginning May the 1st.
That would take care of that issue.
That would take care of it. And then, like I say, I don't think y'all gonna do anything tonight on it, but I'm gonna go ahead and put this in here. And because we need to give it back to the chamber and they really need to be here. This is.
Right.
And I do know the chamber, one of the board members reached out and mentioned that they changed it. So they're trying to listen to concerns that we addressed at the last meeting. So yes, they're doing an earnest approach to try to work this deal with us also.
Yeah, like one of the changes I just want to highlight, they talked about making facility improvements. It was clear that the council had some reservations about that, so they would retract that from their budget. Yeah, that's gone.
That's gone.
So,
The visitor centers I saw was gone.
That's gone. That's gone. Mr. Marchman? Ms. Martinez?
No comment.
Okay, Mr. Lee?
Yes, what Councilman King said is exactly what was brought up twice now. And that was, it was going to be a council reviewed process. And so it has been in there 2 times now. The other one we talked about performance standards. This does have the word metrics in here, and it says they will collect them. There's no schedule for them to be presented to the city to find out if we like the way the money's being spent and or want to make any corrections to that. And so at the annual performance review, at a minimum, we should have the metrics presented as to how that money's being spent and if it's getting us the results that we want. That is not required in here now. Only the budgetary stuff is required once a year, even though they're required to collect metrics. So I think maybe twice a year, one time at renewal and another one mid-contract year, we need to see the metrics. Also, at the previous discussion we had, they were going to be the visitor center. That's not been resolved. They were going to do $18,000 or so worth of construction. That's still hanging out there, even though the way I read this, it doesn't mention any of that. Of course, it didn't mention any of that before either, and it was only in the presentation. And so the way I read this, it says that they're going to do all the work, but then when I look at their budget, it says they still are going to do a marketing firm for $48,800. So I saw some conflicting language in here about they're doing everything, and then I see they want to still hire a marketing firm, which I ain't got any problem with, but there seems to be a wording conflict in here, in my opinion.
Does the budget actually say marketing firm, or does it just say marketing?
Well, they presented marketing firm last time.
I know, but what does their budget say?
The budget says
marketing,
undefined.
Right. Because
well, we needed to solve the problem of, are they going to be the visitor center, or is the Steinbach House going to be? Because the presentation,
The visitor center,
they were
my
going to take
understanding, has
that
been
on.
removed. The reference to the
So,
visitor center has been removed.
to be clear as mud, we have a visitor center. It's not going anywhere. Steinbach is ours. It's ours to maintain. They have absolutely no role in that. That is not going anywhere. That is a visitor center. However, for state law reasons, we had some discussion about, okay, could they also be a visitor center? Could they consider one? The answer is yes, they could, and we could allow for that. But the answer we got back from council is that no, that was not something that y'all wanted to entertain, and you had some reservations about some of you had reservations about facility improvements. So they've backed off of that, and that's why their budget doesn't reflect that. The presentation did, this budget does not. And I understand there's not a lot of specificity in there, but we also discussed that this is going to be, a trial, right? A trial period where you all are going to have lots of opportunity to give input about what you do and don't want to see this year and future years. The language that is in the contract allows for an annual review. That's what y'all said you wanted. That's what's in there. It is not an automatic renewal. It's the option to renew every year. So what that means is just the opposite of an automatic renewal. It doesn't say it will. It says it has the option of renewing, which means annually it has to come before the council. And that's when you would request all these types of things is, okay, what are the metrics? Good. What have you spent it on? I think one of the things that they've made very clear is that these funds would be segregated. They'd be in a position to provide every receipt and every bank transaction if that's the level of detail we wanted, because they're completely separate funds on their side. That's what I'm talking about.
In this particular agreement, it basically says they will not contract services. Okay, and so, which is like they did last time, they presented contract services. And so to me, if I take this specifically as it's read into the lease agreement here or the contract, they will not contract a marketing firm. Is that the way you understand it?
No. What I'm simply saying is that
they will not contract services. So what does that mean to you?
Show me the
Let me
language.
go to page number 5 of 10, second paragraph. Funds shall be classified as restricted for audited financial purposes and may not be used for contracted services, including but not limited to auditing fees, attorney fees. That's to include. When I see the word cannot be used for contracted services, that's exactly what it means to me.
Dan, what's your opinion of that? Now, this is under financial records. So what it's basically saying is we aren't going to pay for their audit. We aren't going to pay for their... Right. But as far as when we go to the use of the funds and how they can be used in the budget, right. And that's the thing is like marketing. I just want, again, try to be clear for council. We need someone to do the social media side of it. We need someone to do like kind of what Mr. Nguyen was presenting. I don't know what he presented or what it looks like, but there's a certain amount of marketing the city was doing that we're going to need going forward. We don't have anybody in the city staff that's doing it. The idea was that we were going to outsource this to the chamber. This contract is not intended to prohibit that ability. So I apologize if that's a misunderstanding, but I think and I'm not the attorney, Dan, back me up on here, but that's specifically under financial records. That what you're reading
Yes, sir.
is in reference to financial records and the keeping of financial records and paying for outside services to do that.
That's why we ask questions.
Right,
I have
understood.
no problem with contracted services for marketing. I don't.
Right.
But I don't want us
But
to
they
do
are allowed.
something that we don't understand and later say, gee, why do we catch that?
Right.
And so those are the only, those three suggestions I'll have.
Well, hopefully I've answered two of your concerns. One of them was the optional, that's not automatic. It is optional. It has an annual review. And the other is that, yes, they can use contract services. Now, they've given us purposely a generalized budget, and I had some input on that. I wanted it to be somewhat generic because I think if we could easily make the mistake, us, requiring things that don't work out. And I think giving them the flexibility is smart.
What if I changed it to may not be used for contracted services such as audit fees and attorney's fees, and I'll strike including but not limited to. Would that make it more plain? Such
As long as that paragraph only applies to financial issues, then I'm good, like it reads.
like it reads? Okay. It's just financial.
I'll entertain a motion for whatever we're going to do. We're going to approve it. We're going to push it down to a future meeting. What are we going to do? I'm looking for a motion. Nothing.
I'll move to approve the contract with the modifications specified by the city attorney.
And what was that modification? Can I need to confirm this.
So what we've done is we've gone in on 4.1 with an option to renew annually, which must be approved by the city council and will begin May the 1st, 2027, if approved by city council. At the annual review period, the metrics need to be illustrated by chamber to show how the monies are being spent. And also, do you want me to add in what would 6 months be? October, November would be 6 months.
Mhm.
Do an annual review.
Mhm.
That's fine.
You want to do chamber? Hang on, let's see. Hang on. So, also present to city. When would 6 months be?
November.
First meeting in November.
Yep. Oh, the only meeting in November.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll second.
The second, motion made and second to approve the,
So
With
approve
the
the
amendments.
contract as presented with
with
the
with
amendments just
and
read out by the
and
city.
authorize the mayor to enter into the contract as amended with the note, amendments, or
Thank you,
excuse me,
Dan.
as amended by the city attorney. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
And one opposed. All right, motion carries. Thank you. What we're going to do now, thank you. I'm going to move the agenda around because I know you guys, a lot of y'all are here for the Little League Association. We're going to move to item G, which is discussion, appropriate action regarding appraisal of airport property, including the area currently leased by Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association and other matters related thereto.
I'm sorry. Before you move on to that, Mayor, I think it would probably behoove us to go ahead and take action on item 9, which there is no action, just to state for the record.
There is no action.
Oh, I apologize. Item 9 is actually was considered possible action resulting from items posted and legally discussed in executive session. There were no decisions and no actions taken in executive session.
All right, now.
That's for the record. Now we move on to item G, which is discussion appropriate action regarding appraisal of airport property, including the area currently leased by the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association and other matters related thereto. Now, before I call on, I have a list of folks that would like to speak on this agenda. Before I call on y'all and before I turn this over to Councilman Lee for discussion, since he's asked for this to be on the agenda, I get to make my comments. I want everybody to know that I fully support and I've always supported the Medina Valley Youth Baseball. 43 years ago, I helped aim those lights. The city set a lot of those poles. The city put a lot of those lights up, okay, upgraded those. I know. I did it. We did it. Okay, we went out there at night when the planes flew in and we aimed those lights to try to avoid conflicts. We did it every year. Okay? My kids grew up there. They went there. Matter of fact, I think Mr. Heiligman, the head coach of the baseball, is actually a classmate of my daughter's. Okay? I know what it is. I know what we've done. And I want to make a point. This agenda item is not intended to make the Little League Association go away. I believe there's a city council support for it to be there. However, we have certain rules and regulations we have to abide by. And, you know, the appraiser, okay, market value, there's some issues to discuss. There's some things that city council can give direction to staff. And, you know, I respect FAA and their rules, but I respect a lot of regulatory people. But I also respect the comments, the appraisers, the reports. They all have verbiage in there that if the city chooses to do something else, let us know and we'll consider it. So I believe the city, I would ask the city council to support moving in that direction. Do everything we can to support y'all until such time as it comes in the future that there's a new home. And then maybe work together on something like that. There's an item later on the agenda for the city council to direct a committee to go look for areas for a new sports complex. Okay, there's things like that. I know in the past, city council, this item seems to come up every so many years of a concern about the Little League and the problems at the airport. I know we have these discussions. We get sometimes a little heated, but we work it out and we keep playing baseball and softball. Okay? We have to follow the rules. Y'all got to follow the rules. We got to live together. Y'all been out there for more than 50 years. I know most of them I've been out there. Nobody wants y'all to leave, but we have to work together for a solution for the future. That's all this is all about. Okay? I just want to make sure y'all understand it. This item is not, I don't think city council is going to make decisions on this at this time. I may be wrong, but this is an information issue.
They know what it takes to run this city, and they're going to be there in your chairs one of these days. But without the opportunity for the city to provide more in parks for them, we're at an end road. Those facilities for the last 5 years, they haven't been able to make any improvements at all. That needs to be changed somehow. We need to make those agreements and have them where the city benefits, the community benefits, everybody benefits. So I ask y'all to reconsider on our parks and our ordinances when it comes to parks, to put that money at better use.
Okay. Thank you, Wayne. Mr. Habeer, did you want to speak now or just want to wait on it? Or? Okay. Mr. Lee, I'll turn this over to you.
Wasn't there a third one?
Mr. Munoz.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Munoz is the president of the association.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't think it is. He's gonna have to stand over there. Does it work?
Hello, hello,
It is
hello.
working now. This is working now.
Did everybody hear us or hear me?
Now.
Online people can't. Joe just texted me.
They're not hearing these?
Oh, it's back up?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know
I need
what
to repeat
happened.
everything?
It quit working
Okay.
for a moment.
It's fine. They'll just invent something, he said.
Well, because this one didn't
Always
pick up.
do.
I know, this didn't pick up well. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Pardon?
That's fine.
So,
It's a pretty good rendition.
okay. I'm gonna see if I can.
Hello.
I can say the online people will not be able to see that very well because I can't see it over here well.
Well, they couldn't see it if it was up there either. So
I know. It's just a bunch of writing. I'll take a picture.
Then is going to be up when I.
Go
We're
up.
gonna talk louder.
it's not working.
If you'll turn, it was working, and turn, please, podium.
It was just
There you go.
The same thing I've said a million times that people don't appear to want to listen to, and I have to address him, not you, is that council does not want the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association to go away. But we must be in compliance with the FAA guidelines. We must, or we lose millions and millions and millions of dollars. Okay, so it isn't a matter, and this wouldn't even have come up now had the FAA, and I'll go over this, had the FAA not come down here in April 2024, they did the compliance inspection and said, you are out of compliance. And so what do you want us to do? Just thumb our nose at them? Sorry. What do you want us to do? Thumb our nose at them? We have to get in compliance, and there's a series of steps we've gone through to get to that point. We're just trying to stay out of trouble, okay? We're not trying to kick anybody off of anything, and I'm getting sick and tired of hearing that, especially for the people online. Anyway, be that as it may, you talked about another complex. In the previous airport layout plan, here's the airport, council, here's the airport. Over here, we had set aside 60 acres at the southwest corner for a regional sports complex, which would include room for Medina Valley Youth Baseball, soccer fields, tracks, you name it. Everything could have been there. Everything could have been there. And so it was approved by the FAA back in 2015, somewhere. My name's on the bottom of it. And I was on the airport board. We made the recommendation to put that on the layout plan. So don't think that I don't care about the sports activities in the community, because that's just not true. And so that land can still be used for that purpose if we get FAA approval and it makes financial sense. But we're in a jam that the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association did not put us in, but the city put itself in the jam, okay? Because they've been trying to bend over backwards to help your organization keep your funds as cheap as possible. And I'm going to show you why that is. It's part of the presentation for here. So we had previously set aside 60 acres on airport property, and I can't pick that up.
I got it.
If I could, but I go away in an ambulance. I know some people would vote that.
You almost hit your head.
Anyway, our issue now about the two council is to take care of that problem. What I want to show you here is, and I'll tell you some history that I know, because I've been here since '99 and was on the airport board before becoming the mayor, and been back on the airport board, and then Herb left and I'm back up here. Prior to 2006, if my memory serves me correctly, prior to 2006, the Medina Valley Youth Baseball paid about $1,200 a year, as my memory serves me correct. Do you mind if I turn that direction?
No, I'm fine.
It's up to you.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Because I was looking at the budgets. I don't have the budgets anymore. I can't tell you exactly what it was, but it was, I think, more than $1,000. So they were paying for the use of the field as required by the FAA. In 2006, somebody had the bright idea to change the rent to $1 a year. Okay, $1 a year. FAA already takes out and said, this isn't good. This isn't good. But then to rock the boat, things just continued. In 2010 to 2024. These are approximate, because my memory, I'd have to dig out the paperwork. I was in office at this point until 2015. They were given, and it might be off here, so they were given 12 acre feet of water. Okay, 12 acre feet of water for free, went to the ball fields up to that amount. And I'll tell you, the value of the water out there at that point ran between $1,600 an acre foot to $2,600 an acre foot. Okay. And so as we go through this, I want you to think about.
That was not lease.
Huh?
That was to buy that water. That was not to lease that water, correct?
No, what it was,
The water.
I can answer that one if I can. I can answer that because I was a public works director when we did that. It was the city contribution for the operation of the fields. Okay. The city.
To buy an acre foot.
What the city provided up to 1 acre foot of water per month to use on the ball fields.
Yeah, so the city ponied up for that fee. You guys didn't have to pay a thing.
That's correct.
Okay, you could use up to 12 acre feet a year.
And so if you did the math at the low value that we sold to everybody else in town, if you took the 1,600, it would be worth about $250,000. If you took the 2,600 acre foot, it'd be worth about $405,000. So that's sort of that 12, 13 years. So the city basically gave that much value in water to the Medina Valley Youth Baseball. Now you're paying for your water. And so that happened about 3 years ago, I believe.
Right.
2 or 3 years ago. So you're now paying for your water.
On that, those 12 acre feet that Edward's talking for a lot of those, the city, where did they come from?
We bought them.
So that well was there.
Nothing to do
Thinking
with
the
the well.
water was used to water those fields.
Yeah.
And they gave, when y'all showed proof of irrigation there, Edward's talking
Right.
should have gave those water rights to.
No, the city has municipal water rights. Okay, the city has its own water that came with the city initially, 500 and something acre feet. Councils have been buying water for the last 10 or 15 years. That's, you see it on your bill, in order to increase our reserve. So when we get in situations like this, you don't really have to cut back 40%.
Mr. Ducos is correct on what he's saying. That water was part of the airport water, and that acre foot was with that 17 acres that we're using.
Okay, well, all right. I don't know how to answer your question, but I will tell you, the water is considered part of the city's municipal water rights. Whether it came out of that well or somewhere else, it's immaterial. It's immaterial. It's part of the city's allotment of water. And so whether it came out of that well or the well on the hill or somewhere else, it's
But
my
it is a
call.
little
Okay, well, okay, let me answer you about the Edwards permit, because I did the permit. The city original permit from the Edwards Aquifer Authority is 472 acre feet at the airport, 236 base, 236 unrestricted.
Right.
And it's tied to the irrigation farmland, not to the ball fields. That was not included in the calculation because it wasn't historically registered about how much water was used. Okay? So the water rights to the airport were based on the 236 acres of irrigated farmland.
And it's 488.
472 acre feet was the original permit, 236 base, 236 unrestricted.
I got a question. How were we, number one, who called the inspection? And then.
Yeah, I'll get to that.
How was it out of the plan?
I will get to that. I will get to that. You're here to listen. I normally make the presentation.
I'm here to ask questions.
Okay, and I'm going to get to answer your question.
Excuse me, Mr. Lee, may I make a brief remark?
Please.
Ask him. He's the guy.
Yes, go ahead. Yes.
I'd like to remind everyone in the room that we have closed citizen comments on this item at this time. A majority of council can and intends to reopen those once Mr. Lee has finished his presentation. But if we keep interjecting and asking questions like this, we will be here all night. So respectfully, give him the chance to answer your questions. And if he really doesn't, ask it at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, so the well at the airport has nothing to do other than it happens to have a chlorinator there that the entire airport side is fed from. That's the only relationship of that well to your water. Otherwise, it would be as if I took a pipe from anywhere in the city and ran to the aviation side of the airport, which is the fields all the way through the end of the hangars. Okay, it's still part of the total city's allocation of water rights, and so they made that available to you for free, basically 12 acres of work a year that has a value to it. You know, it has a value to it. That's the only point I'm trying to make, is there's a value to the water. In 2012 to 2025, approximately, the city out of the general fund started paying the airport $8,000 to $8,100 a year. The reason they did that is they didn't want to get the money from you to pay to the airport. So the city taxpayers are now paying for the use of your field on the airport, okay? And so, you know, I'm building my case to say the city has not tried to undermine you in the slightest. They've been trying to help you. And so if you look at that over, what do we got here? You look at that over about 13 years, that's $104,000, okay? That came out of your tax money. to pay for that, $104,000. And and we already went through the value there. The FAA came and did an appraisal for us, and I'll go over that particular part of the process and put the value of the land at 4 cents an acre foot out there because it's not right now connected to the taxiway and the runway. Okay, so that calculation basically puts, I don't think I have it up here yet, since he didn't let me finish this, at about $31,363 a year at 4 cents an acre foot for approximately that many acres. That's what the FAA says we must pay. Somebody must pay that fee to the airport. And so that's kind of the fix we're in, and we're trying to take care of that problem here tonight or at a soon future meeting. So when you add up the water, even at 1,600 an acre foot, the money coming out of the city general fund and what the airport should have been receiving 10 years worth, you get up to about $500,000 plus in 10 to 12 years that the city has been soaking up the cost, airport not receiving the revenue because you guys can sit there and play ball, which you need to be doing. So if you get the picture here, the city has bent over backwards to try to make your operation out there a success, to get as many people through there as you can to learn the things that you mentioned tonight. Nobody's been trying to shoot you in the foot, but we have rules, just like you have rules, that we must comply with. We must comply with them or we're in trouble. The letter from the FAA, and it was in the package, I don't know how many of you looked at it online, basically they showed the projects they've spent money on us, spent money at the airport on in the past, 15, 20 years, and it's approaching $10 million. And we have millions more to go. And they said, if you don't get in compliance, we're going to possibly expect you to pay us back. And plus, you may not see any grants in the future. That would be bad news. That would be bad news. So we're not trying to put the hatchet on anybody. We're trying to keep out of trouble and to keep compliant and make sure we operate within the law. I think most of you like to operate within the law. Okay, what happened recently? They came and did the compliance inspection in 2024. The city responded in 2025. Part of that, our 2024, a few months later. Part of the response the city made to help you is that the city understood at that point in time that the water system at the airport, the potable water system, was owned by the airport, and it wasn't. And so they basically calculated how much it would cost per year for the city to maintain that water system, which they had been. And it was between $20,000 and $30-something thousand a year, okay? The public works was gonna have to basically pony up in lieu of the airport paying it to public works. And so the calculation was done, sent to the FAA that, we kind of consider this an in-town trade-off. Airport doesn't have to pay to maintain the water system, and we don't have to get cash from the value of baseball or the value of the field. I came back on council, the mayor came back on council, and he went, time out, that's not correct. It's a city public water system, not an airport-owned water system. It just happens to be on the airport property. The well's owned by the airport, okay? The farmer maintains the well by contract. If it goes buoy, he's got to fix it. But everything from the well on to the rest of it is part of the city water system. So he said, we need to correct this input to the FAA. And part of that was to get an appraisal done of the property, which council took action on August 2025. However, in August 2024, there was a new lease for 3 years signed with Medina Valley Youth Baseball for no dollars, $0. And so council took an action that said we need to correct our response and we need to get an appraisal done on the airport so we can be in compliance with the FAA. And January 2026, the city sent a letter to the FAA asking to reconsider the public use of the ball fields. Okay, there's a difference between a community open regional park kind of a thing and the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association. A tremendous difference in the eyes of the FAA and probably the attorney too. You charge a fee for people to use that facility. It is not open to the public in general. It's strictly for people that are part of the organization. They had an issue with that. Said you do not qualify for a discount on the fair market value payment. You wouldn't get it for free anyway, but it was, $10,000, they might say you can take a portion of that off because it's something you do for the whole public, our regional park, Alliance Park, or something like that. Okay. And so we got their appraisal done. It came back to 4 cents a square foot, which I told you about. But in response to our letter asking for a reconsideration on your fields, on our airport, your airport, they came back with a letter, a very strong letter, in February 2026. And somebody was at the airport advisory board meeting, a couple of you from the baseball. Do you hear that? Okay. Remember what was said out there that night? Sorry, my container cup is not. Somebody probably stuck a pin in it all. The FAA responded. Thank you for your January 26th letter requesting guidance on aeronautical community use of the airport on land. Specifically, your request was regarding 18 acres of land currently being used by Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association League. Designating the land community use would allow the city of Castroville, as sponsor of the Castroville Municipal Airport, to provide a non-aeronautical use lease at a nominal rate below the fair market value for non-aeronautical fields. He's telling you what would be allowed. According to our files, the Medina Valley Youth Baseball League began leasing the land for non-aeronautical use in the airport in 1973. At that time, the FAA authorized the non-aeronautical use of the land, and the approved lease was for 10 years with an additional 10 years of extensions. In 1999, the FAA policy and procedures for the use of the airport revenue was released. This policy continued the requirement for federally obligated airports to receive fair market value for all non-aeronautical land uses. Although there is a community use provision authorizing aeronautical land leases for less than fair market value, the land use must meet certain requirements. The provision allows for the non-aeronautical use at a nominal fee if the use of the property meets a general public use desired by the local community and the public use does not adversely affect the capacity, security, safety, or operation of the airport. During the FAA land use inspection conducted April 2024, the FAA identified the ball field use of the 18 acres to be a violation of the airport sponsor's grant assurances. The failure of the sponsor to change the fair market value, charge the fair market value for the non-aeronautical land use was cited as the reason for the deficiency. The use of the ball field for Little League use does not qualify for a community use exemption to the rule, as the use of the land is restricted to specific users required to pay a fee, Little League, to the leaseholder. Additionally, in 2023, in response to the airport master plan update, the airport amended the airport layout plan and removed the Little League complex from the airport drawing. The result of the master plan and airport layout plan, ultimate airport plan, introduces a parking apron, 6 hangars, and removing the ball field. In response to the 2024 land use inspection, airport staff identified the aeronautical need for new hangars as outlined in the master plan. That is a future plan. The FAA did not release the 18 acres for non-aeronautical use beyond the original 1973 lease, which expired in 1988. So we've been out of compliance since then. Although the city has continued authorizing use of the ball field lease, the FAA has not authorized the continued non-aeronautical use of the airport land, and now that an aeronautical need has been presented, we expect the sponsor to accommodate an aeronautical need. The continued use of the 18 acres for non-aeronautical use is a violation of the airport sponsor's obligations and has not been authorized by the FAA. During the FAA 2024 land use inspection, the airport staff informed this office that a 2-year lease to Medina Valley Youth Baseball League was expiring in October 2024. Since an aeronautical need had been identified in the master planning process, there was discussion the sponsor might need to provide more time for the Little League to relocate. So the discussion of a 3-year extension of fair market value was discussed at fair market value. In closing, the use of the 18 acres does not qualify for a community use exception. The FAA expects this airport sponsor to receive no less than fair market value for the non-aeronautical use of the land. Additionally, the FAA has not authorized any further non-aeronautical use of the airport land. In the event that the sponsor wants to request a non-aeronautical authorization, please forward that request to your TxDOT assigned planner.
Are you about to the point?
No, I'm not finished, but go ahead.
Well, I don't want to interrupt but I do want to make a couple comments. I want to focus on part of what was just read. The FAA has not authorized any further non-aeronautical use In the event the sponsor wants to request a non-aeronautical authorization, please forward that request to your TxDOT representative. That statement right there puts this all back on the city council, and that's where I'm asking city council to address that with FAA. Because a previous city council action, that land is leased to the city, from the airport to the city. I want you to understand what I just said. Previous council action authorized the parks of the city to lease that airport land to make a payment to the airport. Then it's a lease on top of that to the Little League. So the land lease, the city parks lease the land. And then did I say it right?
Yeah, well, not really, because not really. 'Cause
I'm going by a
the
council
lease right
action.
now is directly between the city and, I'm sorry, the airport and the MVBA as negotiated by the city. So the city is negotiating the lease with the MVYBA. But your earlier point is still valid. I mean, the staff perspective on that letter is that it is a typical FAA letter where yes, there's a lot of strong language, and all due respect to the FAA, they give you the loophole is the one that you recognized, Mayor, which is at the end, there is a means for getting out from having to pay fair market value, getting out from having the issue of the complex, and that is to put the complex back into the ALP, adopted land plan, airport land plan layout, and to make a formal request that it be released for non-aeronautical use and use for that purpose. Now, that's a policy decision.
I understand
that council has to make, but that is a viable solution.
It's a policy decision. That is a correct statement. The appraisal we have actually says the best use of the land at this time is for what it's being used for right now, until the city makes the capital improvements to make it for an aeronautical use.
And there are other.
That's in the appraisal.
There are other points in that letter.
But that's a city. But I don't want to cherry pick conversation. What I want to say, it's a city council action policy on how we proceed from that. But there's no negative issues with the Little League at this time. I want to keep saying that.
Just to be clear, that we're not fighting. We're not here to discuss that if y'all, whether or not y'all back Medina, anybody here backs Medina Valley Youth Baseball.
Okay,
that's not one question here. I know y'all do wholeheartedly back Medina Valley Youth Baseball. The question here is the where in the city, Medina County, are y'all going to make another any kind of youth complex that is speaking of and afford it? There is no way that the city of Castroville can afford anything. Number one. Number two, go ahead and go to
Excuse me.
Go
Council
ahead.
has not.
Go ahead.
We need an action.
I'm going to allow him to. He's on this. I'm going to allow him
I do
to
have
speak.
the appraisal here as well. Page 16 in there says physically possible. The design, the subject is best suited for multi-playing field baseball and softball complex. The supporting site contains enough space to pursue the sports and also provides ancillary areas of parking, viewing the competition, and limited supporting structures for amenity purposes. You go right below that. Financially feasible. Of the legally permissible and physically possible uses, only some may be financially feasible. The improvements contribute substantially to value. They are well constructed and maintained, have an estimated remaining economic life of 20 years. The subject is basically well designed and laid out. We move over to page 17 of this appraisal, that the city has called for. All right. Based on the foregoing, we consider that the existing highest and best use for the subject property is improved is for continued utilization as a multi-playing field baseball and softball complex with restricted and or limited access that does not compromise the security of the airport environment which surrounds it. All right. What I want to know is who wrote the letter? How did we get this started? Who called for the inspection?
Okay, I'd like to continue my comments since it's. And I'll answer your question.
Okay.
Okay. You saw that we took a council action last year to get the appraisal. We wanted the official
appraisal by an airport qualified appraiser. That's what we got. That's exactly what we got. He's not the FAA. He's a land appraiser, and he did a good job, and he's very, very thorough. And I don't have any issues with him. And yes, at this particular point in time, because there's no connection between the future site for hangars and the taxiway and the runway. So at this time, the ball fields are a good fit for that, but that does not satisfy the FAA. Right. They got the big gun, okay, not the appraiser. So if you'll listen to my suggestions, I'll tell you.
Hold on, Justin.
How we can work this.
So I guess to go back a little bit more there is
Justin, excuse me, hold on. We're not going to do a back and forth here, but I understand. I want you to make your point, but I need Bob Lee to make his points too.
I just need his name.
Justin Munoz.
Justin Munoz.
I have a paper right here.
Oh, okay, good. I'll get the form.
Sure.
Got it.
Mr. Munoz is the president of the MVYBA Baseball Association.
Okay, thank you.
Association.
Excellent.
Am I continuing now?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I think all of us are trying to help you and get us out of trouble with the FAA. That was the whole point of this process. And it has come across to the community that somehow the city council is trying to put the kibosh on the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association. That is a lie. Okay, that is a lie. And so in order to satisfy the FAA, as these other two gentlemen said, is we need to reapply for the use of that space for non-aeronautical use. Okay, they're not going to accept a reworked airport master plan. Not going to happen because it's an airport, and they know the history, and they see what we've already done. And if we took that step, I think they would say, look what you're trying to do. You're trying to game the system. They would still require that you get some portion of fair market value for the land. Anyway, I think the steps the council probably will discuss is apply again for the use of that land for a non-aeronautical use, whether it has a time limit or not, I don't know. If they grant that, and they're not going to do anything in the meantime, they're not going to come down here with like ice and drive people away. It's not going to happen. And so I imagine it'll be approved. And in the lease, as Mr. Dixon said, if the aeronautical use comes up anytime in the near future, then we'll get notice we got to do something. We have tripled in size out here in the last 20 years. And so we have a lot of folks that want to do hangars, big hangars. And so we're required to try to make the airport completely self-sustaining, but you have to have income to self-sustain. It doesn't happen by magic. And so we sell fuel, irrigated farmland, water's leased to the thing, and hangar rents. That's basically the way we pay for stuff. And so, as you can see already, there's additional funds that should have come into the airport that have not, which puts a strain on other places in order to get things paid for. But if the council agrees to go in and request a non-aeronautical use for that space, then the issue is, how does the city want to give the airport remuneration for the use of the land? And I put a couple of options in here. One is this airport now pays the city $6,000 a year for administrative support, which they should. And they could waive that for a period of time, because really this has been going on for 3 years, and logically the airport has been out hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that it should have been getting all this time, like you were paying 20 something years ago, which would have been escalated. So like I said, no fault on y'all's part. It's the city trying to do a good job, got itself into a jam, okay, a bad jam. And so, other than applying for FAA non-aeronautical use for the land, the city council then has to determine, how do we pay for that? How does the airport get what the FAA is going to require as the value, which right now is $31,000 a year? They could do it for in-kind kinds of things. Maybe they did some work at the airport that the airport would normally do. They could do some fees. They could give more out of the general fund. They could split the cost with you, or who knows? We just need to look at all those options. But I don't think you have to worry about pulling a trailer up and putting anything on it, moving anywhere anytime soon. But we have to go through the legal process to clean this up. So, hang on. One more thing. She's not here tonight. The Parks Board president and I have been talking about this. is to get a group together, including you and the school district and people from council, to form a group to go look for donors, land, money. And if the FAA approves, we could use the other end of the airport for land. Then you don't have to buy land. You still got to make a payment for the use of the land as required by the FAA. But because it'd be mostly community use, it would be not tremendously bad in my opinion.
Okay.
But if you got some data center people and other kind of stuff on a committee to go try to solve this problem, then things might be able to happen. But in the meantime, you don't have to do anything. The way that I see it, the city needs to do something in order to make it legal with the FAA for you to be there. Does that make sense?
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Well,
hang on. No, I'm not going to recognize that yet. Do you want to make any comments?
I do. First off, I want to state
Hold your thought.
no one from the city council or the airport advisory board wants baseball to go away. Okay, I saw posts on social media and everything saying that's the case. That is not the case.
Amen.
But there is federal law and rules that we have to follow. And I heard you starting to ask who asked for the inspection. That is a compliance inspection tied to every FAA grant that is put to use out at the airport. That is a federal law. They have to come in and do an inspection to make sure we're abiding by all the grant assurances. That is that inspection from April of 2024. Okay. And in that inspection, they identified 2 violations and 1 concern. One of the violations dealt with the farmers' equipment that was parked at the end of the runway and everything. The other violation is the revenue use policy. Basically, they said that we weren't getting fair market value for the baseball fields. Not you, not the baseball association. The city was not paying the airport fair market value for use of that land. Okay. Now, when we turned around and asked to get a fair market value, that is where the letter that you got at last week's airport advisory board meeting, that's the response we got back from the FAA giving us all this history. Now, I know you've heard a lot of stuff and everything. My suggestion is the city submit a request to TxDOT planner as delineated in the letter and ask that we have the baseball fields labeled as non-aeronautical land use. And while we're waiting for the response, the city should also do a real estate agreement with the airport. That was also delineated in the letter that we got from the FAA. That way the city as soon as the city receives approval from the FAA, labeling it as a non-aeronautical land use, we can go ahead and approve that the real estate agreement between the city and the airport for that land. Now, regarding fair market value that the airport is owed, this is for city. Since the violation was identified in April 2024's inspection, I believe that the airport is due some funds, and that is something that we need to work out. But from this point forward, we need a line item in the annual budget with an annual increase as delineated in the letter we got from the FAA. That way it keeps it like we do the increase of the hangars for their rent. It increases every year based off of, I forget what the index is that they use. Now, we got a plan A. Everything looks good. Everything's approved. No problem. We press on. Baseball fields stay where they are. But I'm retired military. You always have to have a plan B just in case. Plan B. We should have a plan B just in case FAA says, no, we're not going to authorize non-aeronautical land use. The city, and this is where it comes getting a group together or something to have a plan B going. in the event we are told, unfortunately, we have to relocate the baseball fields. Nobody wants that. But just in case, you never know how the federal government's acting nowadays. We need to have some kind of plan. That way we can fall back on in the event we do not get the news that we're hoping for.
Understood. Excuse me. Okay, hang on.
Well, but
I got it.
Where the public land use is means that you cannot lock it out.
Can I talk to speak on that?
Excuse.
Okay.
I would like to.
I'm sorry. Hang on. Excuse me. I'm sorry. We're not going to have the back and forth. We have a process. I understand you have that. Okay, but okay. Hang on. I want to make sure we all understand. There was a citizens comment period, and then there was an opportunity for people to sign up to speak when the agenda comes up. The people that have signed up to speak, Mr. Rogers spoke, Mr. Munoz has signed up, Mr. Habe has signed up. No, I will. But no one else has signed up to speak, and no one else, to be honest, and I really would like to open it up, but I can't because this is a process that we have. Now, Ms. Martinez, are you finished?
Yeah, that's where I would like. That way.
Mr. Munoz, is there something that you would like to talk about now, or do you want to wait for the other council members? Now,
No,
I
sir.
understand.
I'd like to speak now. There's a lot to unpack here.
Yes, I do understand. Yes, sir. I got it. But I also understand my colleague here to my left wanted to make a motion. Go ahead, David. If you can.
I would like to make a motion to suspend the normal rules of order in order to reopen citizens' comments for this item. Like I said.
Okay, motion made and second to reopen it so we can have these conversations. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposition? No. Now we have a process that y'all can come up and you're still here on this agenda item. I'm going to let you turn the floor over to you and then to Mr. Habe. And then if anyone else wants to come as a citizen's comment, name, address, come say your piece. Go ahead.
So I want to say, number one, that there's a provision for the community use. The provision allows for non-aeronautical use at a nominal fee if the use of the property meets a general public use desired by the local community and public use does not adversely affect the capacity and security and safety. The youth baseball complex, that complex over there is not only for Medina Valley Youth Baseball. Let's be really clear about that. That complex is open to Connecticut kids. The complex is open to Medina Valley Youth Flag Football. In between, anytime that the high schoolers have a chance to come and if they're off a little bit for a little bit of a short period of time, they come out there and they just go. There's a lock gate that y'all speak of, and right next to it, you walk right through that gate. It is not locked. All the way around, there are 7 openings of the whole complex that is not locked. So anybody from the city of Castroville, whatever, they are allowed to go use that facility. Now, some of the things that we sometimes we do charge, but so does the park, the regional park. They charge you to use a dang old concrete picnic table. It is not comfortable whatsoever. The Lions Park over here, you get busted over there, it's like, good Lord, we're going to call the dang old cops because you did not pay your small fee to use those fields that don't even have lights. Furthermore, on that aspect of things, there's an adult softball league that, hey, y'all don't have lights over here, and so y'all call us and say, hey, do y'all mind if we use the youth complex? Absolutely, we do that just so y'all can use the lights to provide for that league. I just want to read something that kind of puts all my thoughts in perspective here. Kind of unpacks it all, I hope. Number one, I want to know why the letter was written to the FAA. I have a letter from Mr. Haley from the airport that he wrote to the FAA so he can do get the inspection done. All right. And the Federal Aviation Administration isn't asking these questions. Why is our city council? Because from where I stand, your support feels questionable. I stood in this exact spot in November, and the council made it clear you did not want these ball fields to go anywhere. So what changed now? At NVYBA, our first core value is simple: community first. We are a community-driven organization where families, friends, neighbors come together to support and celebrate our youth. We work every day to create a welcoming, tight-knit environment for the city. Community first. And as a city council members, that should be your responsibility to do what's best for the city of Castroville, not just the airport, not individual interest, the entire community. Handing us a piece of paper and saying, we're done, that is not leadership. If you truly believe in the complex, you would fight for it, and you would not stand against it. That is what happened to me at the airport meeting the other day. I got handed 2 letters the other day and said, "There's nothing we can do." I'm sorry, Justin. We're going to see what we can do. There's nothing we can do, though. I don't know. Those exact words got told to me. Because because these fields mean more to this community than the airport does. Let's talk facts. In the response from Gary Luftus with the FAA Southwest Region, it clearly states that there is a community use provision that allows non-aeronautical land leases, even at a nominal fee, if it serves the public. And even more importantly, the letter says, as y'all stated earlier, if the city of Castroville wants to request non-aeronautical authorization, you simply submit it to TxDOT. It's that simple. The FAA is not forcing your hand. You have a choice, and right now you're choosing this. So I'll ask you another question. How are you planning to fund these 6 hangars? We hear about a waiting list of 66 people, but how many of those people are actually from Castroville? Because what I do know is this: our tournaments, our leagues bring real revenue into the city. Restaurants, Walmart, antique stores, meat markets, and local businesses, they all benefit from it. We were also told that one concern noted, like y'all stated, was lock gates. Let me be clear that those lock gates are locked to keep vehicles from driving through the complex for safety, just like any other park. Even with that, there are multiple open access points anyone can walk in. The fields are not locked, as I stated earlier. These fields are used by Connecticut's MB flag football, Medina Valley High School baseball and softball players, families hosting birthday parties, and community events. Even Castroville's adult softball league, as I stated a second ago. We provide a place for volunteer hours. We create job opportunities. Teachers even have the ability to come out and work extra to have extra income working the concession stands. So I'll ask you, airport. Ask again. The airport is an abundance of land. Why here? Now let's talk about the appraisal. $31,363 annually. That is what is being called fair market value, based on an independent appraisal hired by the airport. But here's what stands out. The same appraisal compares airports like Stinson, New Braunfels, Austin Bergstrom, Kerrville, Hondo, Kelly San Antonio, San Angelo, and Victoria. There's one thing they all have in common. They all support their community baseball and softball fields. All except for one. Castroville. Castroville does not support the baseball and softball fields. I'll leave you this. You have the choice to support your community or to turn your back on it. We're asking you to stand by your words from November, to fight what matters, for what matters, and to put your community first.
Okay, thank you, Justin. I do want to I appreciate your comments, and we'll go from there. Mr. Habe, did you want to make any comments?
Yes. I guess I just want to go back to the community use part of it, where we were the only ones out there because we were paying a fee.
Could you give me your name and address,
Brandon
please?
Habe, 909 Lafayette Street.
Thank you.
I guess back to the community use part of it. We said we're not in compliance because we're not a community use because we charge people a fee and we have locked gates. And I guess I'm questioning how the regional park then is community use because they have a gate right at the front gate as well that they lock at night. And they also have a soccer organization that plays up there. My kids play out there. We pay a fee to use those fields with them as well. So how is that a community use, but yet the baseball fields simply are not? That goes to be my first question. And like Mr. Griggs was going to say back here, my son plays on a league that is not affiliated with NBYBA. And we go and practice out there all the time, and we're not charged anything. We walk right into the facility. We don't have to unlock anything, and we practice, and we take care of the facility, and then we leave. And we have multiple organizations and other people that do that same thing out there. So I would like anybody to drive out there at any part, any time, and walk right into the middle of that facility. And if you can't get in, find my number. I'll give you my number, and you call me, and I'll come unlock this imaginary gate that is apparently locked, keeping all the community out. And like he said, there is a pipe gate in the front. It is simply for safety because we have lots of kids running around out there, and we can't have a truck tearing through the facility. And if you look right next to the gate, it's about yay wide, and you can walk right through it. There's nothing stopping anybody in this community from using those fields out there. It is I guess it's everybody's opinion that we have some monopoly in those fields out there. We simply maintain them for the good of the community, and it's not simply for MVYBA.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Habe. Since we reopened citizens' comments, is there anyone who would like to make a comment?
Bruce, I'd like to say something. Just you and Mr. Dixon can clear up this. I think the FAA has a exemption for
Aeronautical use.
aeronautical that does not require payment to the city.
It is.
Will straighten this whole mess up and keep it in.
As I've said earlier, is a city council policy decision on how they proceed with this. The bottom line is, I think it's a message shared across this table. No member of the city council is trying to move the association. Okay, we're not here to do that. We have certain regulations we have to comply with FAA, but there are ways to work within the rules that this city council will issue some policy directions on how to do that. In the short term, actually, in the long term, there is no intent that I'm aware of. I know not for me, for the association not to be there. It's working through the compliance that we have to work through for FAA. Ma'am.
Hi, Bruce.
Hi.
Okay, my name's Hillary Griggs. I live at 142 Village Court. I think the primary issue that we have here is paperwork, to be honest. I think that we have lack of wording in our paperwork because in the letter from the FAA, I heard the primary issue was that this wasn't classified as public land use. Well, it very much is, and we can prove it. And I think whoever is doing the paperwork and submitting this application is lacking the correct wording. I think that is the primary issue. If we had the correct paperwork, we would be in compliance. Thus, we would not have an issue with the FAA. Now, wanting hangars and putting them somewhere else, that's a whole nother issue because that's at y'all's discretion, to be totally honest, of where you're wanting to put it, where what's available, what's in use. But if you don't have the correct wording in your paperwork with the compliance, you're not doing your job right. You're not representing the city right. And if we have the proper compliance with the FAA, we don't have an issue. The Baseball Association doesn't have an issue. So moving forward, I would behoove you all to work with maybe the association to make sure, hey, Are we doing all the checks and balances? Do we have the proper wording? Is there something we miss before submitting these applications? Because if perhaps when we had done this, I think he said something about 1999 and 2015 and all sorts of stuff, we wouldn't have this issue because it would have been stated as public land use, same as regional park. You know, that's my only point, is we need to do the correct paperwork, because whoever did the paperwork was lacking and did not do their job correctly in complete honesty.
Thank you. Is there anyone else make a comment? Okay, yes, ma'am. Could you come up to the microphone, please? Name and address, please.
So my name is Samantha Ribiswell. I actually spoke earlier. I think y'all have all the information, but I just have a couple of questions. What is the revenue, the current revenue that the airport is generating to date? Because from my understanding, that facility is very underutilized. So I just don't get what is coming in as far as revenue that is going to, or that is currently assisting the city presently.
Are you talking about the airport as a whole?
Yes.
The airport, under our, and I'm not going to get specific numbers, there's budgets listed online, but the airport stands alone, generally speaking, with revenues versus expenses. And it has an obligation and responsibility. I want you to understand, and this is in no way a swipe to the Little League. I just want you guys to understand, and I may be wrong, so I'm fixing to get corrected, but I'm going to give you my real broad stroke. The city of Castroville assumed ownership of that airport under the Federal Surplus Property Act, 1949, I believe. It was originally built as Kelly Field number 3. And it was a runway plus all of that farmland to generate revenue to support aviation. One of the primary requirements of the city taking ownership back in 1950 was that all revenues generated at the airport go towards the operation of the airport. Okay, so in part of this comes back is the airport has obligations to seek revenues based on the best use of the property. That's the short version. Now, there's issues that the city council will work through and try to work with FAA to try to change the classification, non-aeronautical, work through that. But those are city council policy decisions. But I just want to keep assuring you, there's no one up here, no one is trying to run off the association, the Little League Association, from that property. But we have to work through the process to maintain compliance with the federal regulations that govern the use of the property at the airport. Real quick, because I'd like to hear from Mr. Marchman and Mr. King.
The only thing the FAA has to look at is the lease between you and the city. The lease gives you total and complete control of the 18 acres. There are no words in there about, Sally Sue and her neighborhood could come out there and play at the fields. Okay, you have sole control. And so when they read those words, that basically means everybody in the neighborhood can't go out there and play ball. If you had a schedule that said, we're using the field at this particular point in time, other than that, it's open to the public. Come do whatever you want. I don't know if you'd like that or not. There's liability issues probably at play. But all that they had to look at was the lease agreement between you and the city. The airport, it's not a magic moneymaker. It gets by the skin of its teeth generally, and not even enough money to hire full-time employees all the time. So it's gone from basically, a bare bones operation 20-something years ago to something that's doing much better and is a lot healthier. And but it takes money to make that happen.
Hang on. Mr. Marchman, I want to hear from you. Do you have any comments?
I do. I have a question for Mr. Dixon.
Yes.
So the non-aeronautical land use request, can you project timeline that we get an answer back on
Not necessarily. I mean, it's the FAA, so we'll send a letter and they'll take, but 6 to 8 weeks potentially. I mean,
So
could be
that's
longer,
relatively
but.
short.
Can we ask
Now-
Chuck Friesenhahn for time?
Well,
Is that, okay?
Can I provide clarification on the letter we already sent, dated January? Because that was one of the questions I heard Justin Munoz bring up, which was why was that letter sent? And I want to clarify that the letter is seeking to declare the ball fields as a public use and clarifying that the sponsor, the city, wants to recognize that that is a public use
Yes.
and we see that benefit. That's what that letter states. It's not, it was because at that point in time, we had already received this violation from the inspection stating that we had a non-aeronautical use and it wasn't for a public benefit. So this letter sought clarification as to why our understanding of our agreement with the ball field that meets a public use. It should be allowed. It's been allowed since 73.
73.
Anyway.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Because I'm fixing to rein this back in. This discussion item is about the appraisal, not about everything we're talking about.
Okay. Well, I would
Agenda
like to
item.
apologize to Medina Valley Baseball. We should find a better process than this. And I agree with everybody in on council that nobody's trying to get rid of baseball, especially me. Makes no sense. It keeps coming up. And I can promise you that we will work to avoid having to go through this on an annualized basis. That's insane. We should sign a contract. We should get the non-aeronautical use and be done with this. That's crazy. So I'm sorry y'all had to come down here. We're working on it.
Okay.
Well, just
Mr. King?
You don't have anything you don't have to apologize to Medina Valley Youth Baseball. As a whole, it seems to me that really a Castroville community. But at the same time, that's what we're here for, is trying to work it out.
Right.
But I do have a question about the comment that Mr. Lee said, if I may ask it, or unless you want to.
Can you hold on just a second? Mr. King, did you have anything you want to add to this conversation?
Yeah, by the way, we're all arguing on the same side.
We're on the same page.
We're all arguing on the same side. We are just as concerned about this issue as you all are. We aren't this is being directed to us from the FAA. But I think we've learned some stuff tonight. Number one is you say that your ball fields are open to the public. We need to redo the lease agreement, I would think, to note that and then try to get that resubmitted and see if we can't say that those are for the public good. But if you all do have those ball fields open to the public can go use them at any time, just like Regional Park, that would change it may change the city's ability, because all it's going to do is reduce the rent that council is going to have to pay the airport. We're not asking you to, at least I don't think, I can't speak for future councils, I don't think we're asking you to pay the rent. It's the city of Castroville is paying the rent. So the less rent we have to pay to the airport, the more we use for other things. So yes, we need to look at your contract with the city, change the wordage to where it is a public use, and that would take care of item one. The second item is the whole idea that, yes, use a non-airport use of the property, and it sounds like that's just an application going back again. Hopefully they will agree that, we're not going to need it for the next 20 years or whatever, and therefore it can be used for this thing. So we're all operating, again, I'm sitting here and we're all arguing about the same thing. So I think staff has the marching order to move forward and to try to, because we're learning this the same time you guys are. This is information to us just like it's to you. So I do understand you all getting so nervous about this, but we're also just as nervous. So I think those staff knows where they need to go with this and come back to
I'm waiting on council action. I've got very explicit instructions from Sheena, but I need council.
Okay. Got it. Anything else, sir?
Other than I could give him some council action, but I'll leave that up to you.
Mr. Maris, did you have anything you wanted to add to this conversation?
I do. What was the fair market rent value?
31,000.
Okay. And what is the amount that Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association currently pays for their lease?
City pays.
City pays $8,100.
No, we pay, in the 2026 budget, we removed the transfer because we justified in kind. I still think I can make a different justification for in kind. I think I can come up with 2 or 3, right? So I would maintain that you don't have to pay the airport. The airport is financially viable.
It is whole.
I have argued that the whole time, and Councilman Lee respectfully and I disagree on this point. This has turned into a big mess.
I have more to say.
Yes, sir.
I am in favor of reapplying for non-aeronautical use for the ball fields. I am also in favor of requiring the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association to pay fair market value rent. Our other sports leagues pay for their leases, even the ones that make improvements to the parks they play in. Now, $31,000 a year sounds like a lot, but if you have 754 kids, that is $40 extra per kid. And I don't know how much your kids pay to play in this league right now. I'm sure I will in a few years when my kids want to play. But, and I recognize that there's a difference between how much a community league like this typically charges versus a select team. I really don't think that $50 is going to do anything close to moving you across that gap. If the league, meaning the children and families who enjoy it, does not pay the rent, then the people of Castroville pay the rent, including the ones who don't participate in the baseball field. Ultimately, the money has to come from somewhere. The city's coffers aren't, we're not a business. We don't get profit sharing at the end of the year. We pay our taxes. The city spends the taxpayers' money. And if we don't take the money from the people playing on these fields to pay the rent we're required to pay for these fields, then everybody in the city pays it, and I don't think that's just. Again, for 754 kids, we're talking about $40 to $50 a year per child, and I don't think that's... Sorry?
Hang on. Hang on.
You said $40 per child. How many people are in the city of Castroville? Well, do the math on that one.
There are 3,000 people in the city of Castroville, so it would be requiring every person in the city of Castroville to pay $10 extra so that other people's kids, because we're talking about everybody, not just the people who actually go to the fields, so that everybody pays $10 to subsidize those fields, even though, as someone pointed out, a lot of these children do not live in the city of Castroville.
Yeah, we've drifted.
And so, I'll reiterate my initial statement there.
Giving you some latitude here like I gave everybody else.
I'm in favor of reapplying for non-aeronautical use for the ball fields, but this appraisal and the action we have to take for it is somehow we have to find that $31,000 now.
Okay.
That's to do with this. That is directly to do with this appraisal. And I think the most just way to do that is to charge the organizations that are using it. If the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association really is sharing it with other people, they can pass part of that cost on to those other entities as their current lease already allows them to do, or they can negotiate a different lease with us. But as it sits right now, I think it makes the most sense to pass that on to them.
Okay, thank you. Justin, go ahead, and then I'm gonna make a comment here at the end. We're gonna wrap this up.
Running back to Mr. Lee was talking about some sort of schedule to let others know that it's open. The park doesn't run off the schedule. Neither does Lions Park. Nothing like that. Number one, so for us to put out a schedule, it would be absurd. Like all we got to do is say, "Hey, city, that the parks, the complex is open. Come use it if you choose. If it's not taken." All right. Another thing is, as far as the paying fair market value, there's no the fair market value. Number one, the appraisal was done off of the fields and stuff that was there, the stuff that is currently there. All right. So we, Medina Valley Youth Baseball, built all of that stuff there. Every single thing's there. And so if we do pay the fair market value, is the city gonna then begin to mow all the fields? Are they gonna line all the fields? Are they gonna send city employees out there to do all this stuff that we need to do? Because while others, you said, I don't know of others who pay for all their facilities plus pay for all the maintenance. They don't have any, if the one that comes to mind I'm thinking of, they don't have any restrooms whatsoever. So if the city wants to come in and do all that stuff, clean the restrooms, make sure the toilets are running correctly, all that stuff, that is a brilliant idea.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me, I'm gonna bring this back together here, because the agenda item, I want to read this. Discuss and appropriate action regarding an appraisal of airport property, including the area currently leased by Medina Valley Youth Baseball and other matters related thereon. I'm gonna bring this back in. If I'm wrong, council's going to tell me, but I believe this whole agenda item was to present the appraisal, and then city council has a job, either through the budget cycle or whatever, to discuss and determine how that appraisal is paid. I don't think we're here to do that, because it's going to require some budget work from the city and or direction from the city council on how to proceed. But that's not on this agenda. This is the appraisal. Now, I've given a lot of latitude here. Everybody knows, and you've heard my position, you've heard the position from every council member here that's in full support of the association. We've got it. I understand that. It's how city council wants to move forward. My request for city council is to discuss this on how they pay these funds, how they move forward, specifically with an agenda item, how they move forward later on, because we all want to, at least from what I'm understanding, move forward with non-aeronautical. We need information from y'all as far as maybe I talked to you before about, do you publish it on your website that they could be available for public use when y'all are not in season, for example? So how do people know versus word of mouth? That's an important issue. So it's how city council wants to move forward in helping the airport be whole, the city be whole, and y'all get to maintain operations in relatively peace. So right now, tonight's was to present the appraisal. We've done that. We've hashed that out. I would ask the city council consider how we move forward on the next agenda item.
Can I ask one thing to be considered while you all have that?
Yes.
One thing that I think would be considered is have a minimum of a 20-year lease at below the fair market value as it is right now, because since the city has nowhere else for us to go, and with that being said, restrictions be lifted from there so that we can make improvements on our facility. Right now, the way it sits is the restrooms and stuff. That was it. And if we ever have to get kicked out or we get taken away from us or whatever, we have to take everything with us. So I would like to say, I want to make better improvements there and not be slapped on the hand.
I think Ms. Martinez has kind of said it. This fact is, we have a violation, so to speak. So we have a fund that we argumentatively owe, but how we do moving forward, if we're able to reclassify that and the city council decides to pursue that as community use, non-aeronautical use, it takes those fair market values and it changes them. It allows the city to change those rates. So there's a lot of moving parts, but it's up to the city council on a policy decision on how to move forward with that.
Can I clarify two things since you made that request, and just for council's observation? So Mr. Rios is requesting a 20-year lease. The reason it went to a 3-year lease was because the FAA required that. They wanted us to do a shorter term lease. So that wasn't a city decision. That was kind of foisted upon us by the FAA.
Hang on, Mike.
As far as the improvements to the field, same thing there. The language that's in your agreement is required it's basically pass-through language, if you will, from the airport, because it's airport property. Now, the way around that is kind of what has already been discussed tonight. The property, we could seek release of the property from the airport. Like, it's no longer airport property, it becomes city property. Now, that is not something that the city decides to do. It's something the city requests, just like some of these other letters that you've seen with the FAA. Ultimately, the FAA has to agree to that. The federal government has to agree to it. I know that there was a comment made earlier, and again, this is all for clarification, both for those present and for the council, that maybe we shouldn't have an airport. back in 1949, when this grant, the deed was given to the city, it was for the use of a public airport, not for any other use. So it's not like the city, this council, or any future council has the right or the privilege or the opportunity to say, we're just not going to have an airport anymore. They could, they'll have to owe the money back, but the land doesn't revert to the city and you just use it for whatever you want. It is an airport, and it reverts, I think, back to the federal government.
Mhm.
It's not ours anymore because
It used to be a military base.
yeah, we took those with those assurances. So I want everybody to understand that there are a lot of limitations that are placed on your elected leaders, both this group and past groups, and future groups, regarding to the airport. But there are some options. I heard Mrs. Martinez. I don't know, Mayor, if you want to entertain any other motions, or if you want to turn that into a motion, Sheena.
Well, I just want to clarify, because you guys read the multi-page, the appraisal, right? Okay, did you read the language in the appraisal that, yes, there's a layout plan for hangars, yes, there's ramps and roads and whatever, but if I read the appraisal correctly, it basically steers the Little League as the best use of the property until such time as the city makes the investment infrastructure necessary for those improvements. And that could be up to 20 years. I believe I read that. I may be wrong. So, but FAA rules require 3-year agreements with escalating clauses every 3 years.
But
those are part of their lease requirement.
That is all tied to your future use of the land.
So there's a lot of moving parts.
Is that 3 years on non-aeronautical as well?
No, that's what I'm saying. It really pertains to what the city envisions its use of that airport space. And that's something that, again, just sitting in the observer's seat for the past 5 years and watching this community go with this, you have this group that's been there since 1973. I think the community really struggles with, do we want the baseball fields there forever and ever or not? And I think if you were to make that decision, you could. I see your
Ms. Martinez, you want to make a motion?
I do.
Go ahead.
I've got a good motion. All right. First, I want to make a motion that staff submit a request to our TxDOT planner for a non-aeronautical land use. While we are awaiting that response, I also want to make a motion to direct city to work with the city attorney to develop a real estate agreement. That way, if the city receives the approval from TxDOT, we will have the document ready to sign and implement. Because that is one of the stipulations with all the documentation from the FAA.
This was the lease between the city and the airport that allows us to sublease.
Correct. Okay. To allow the city to sublease, to let the baseball fields be out there. That way we meet all the federal requirements that they have laid out. Second, the next part of my motion is regarding fair market value. I make a motion that
it's a continuation.
Okay,
of the motion.
okay, I'll stop there because that's the first big thing. That's where I'll stop.
Okay, the motion and a second to direct staff to submit for non-aeronautical use and to seek the city attorney to develop a land use lease between the city and the airport. Motion is made and second.
Wait, who seconded?
Second by Mr. Marchman. Okay. All in favor?
Well, hang on, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is there going to be another motion addressing fair market value?
Yes.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I had a comment. I didn't get in.
Any opposed? Okay. Where's the motion's carried? It's either 4-1 or 5-0. What are you at now?
Okay. Regarding fair market value, I make a motion that the city pays the airport, at least for fiscal year 2025, the $31,363, and for future, if we are looking at having the city pay the airport the fair market value amount, put an item on the ballot for citizens to vote whether or not they want to have taxpayer money pay for this or how they want us to move forward.
I don't think we can have things on
okay.
the ballot.
Okay.
We cannot
Never
do
mind.
that as a general law city.
Okay, then that's my motion right now is for the city to pay
So
the airport.
the
general fund budget.
before someone does that, that was my question. Are you wanting to amend the general fund budget and do it now, or you want to have that as an item discussion during budget discussions?
Well, I'm sorry, you did say for FY.
I'm asking that.
I'm asking for FY25.
Like the year we're in right now.
Yes, because this was identified in a report from an inspection that was done in 2024 before we did the budget process for FY
It doesn't affect your
2025.
operation.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Public use.
But it could.
Right, but this is for 2025. So if we get a thing from the airport now saying it's approved for non-aeronautical use, it goes into effect for FY 2026,
Okay.
not for FY 2025.
We have the motion to do that. Do we have a second?
Okay.
We have a motion and second.
Wait, there's a question.
Well, no, I would, if you second it, I'll ask a question. If you don't, I want to.
There's no, literally, I've asked for it a couple times, so I believe the motion dies for lack of a second.
Okay.
In my
Make a
minutes.
motion.
Yes.
Time.
Yes, Mr.
I'd like
King.
to make a motion.
Yes, Mr.
Hold on, can we get clarity for staff?
Time. In my minutes, though, you had requested to amend the budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
To pay this? Okay, I just want
Yes.
to make sure that was part of it.
Okay, Mr. King.
I'd like to make a motion that council direct city staff to work with the Little League to modify the contract, work with our legal counsel to see, can we modify the contract that where the property becomes public use, if at all possible, where it satisfies the FAA.
No, that there's the motion that you had was for me and the attorney to draft a lease between the city and the airport that allows for a sublease between the Parks Department or city and the MVBYVA, which already exists. And what Councilman King is now suggesting that we modify the contract that you and I have or that we have with Parks. I want to make one real quick comment before you finish your motion, which is just that if you're not aware of this, I think your board is, when we put in that exclusive language, that was a specific request from Jason Bippert to include it. I didn't have an objection. Council didn't have objections. We included it. In hindsight, it probably would have been better. Now, there were all sorts of concerns, liability and other issues that the MVYBA needs to be worried about, should be concerned about. But bottom line, that's why that language.
And that doesn't change the motion.
We could go back to the old language and be fine.
Because I specifically asked you to work with the Medina Valley and also to explore other avenues to reduce the rent that you believe that may be out there. Because you made a comment that, I think if I argued enough, I think I can get the.
Well, I think there's just other options.
To reassess.
So I'm just saying, for you to explore those and return to council with your evaluations.
Yeah, the airport security. So,
Motion made. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made and second to direct staff to work with the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association to develop their agreement that it's
And legal.
not only for them, but it's for community use, and to see about reassessing the charge
It's also to work with the city council or city,
and report back to city council.
City attorney.
the city attorney.
And report back to city council.
And the second part of that is for Scott also to explore other avenues with the FAA
Right.
that might reduce the rent.
To seek a reduction in that amount because of community use. Motion made and second. Yes.
I think you're trying to bite off too much tonight that we haven't had time to think about. The first motion that was made and passed is a starting point. You could put this on the agenda for next time if people have had time to think about it and what it is we want to do, because right now we're in the fury of the moment, and I think we need to take some time to have some sane, quiet thought about this, and then bring it back next time and determine a course of action beyond what you've already decided to do. That doesn't keep you from beginning to draft a letter to the FAA. But, you've talked about a whole host of things here, and I didn't hear anything about the parks being involved with this process at all, other than what you just said. But I think we may end up taking actions now that we haven't given enough thought to about the possibilities of where we might go with some of this.
Okay, thank you.
I have further comments as well.
Yes,
on
go
this
ahead.
motion.
Just a second.
Yes, thank you. This motion, to my ears, partially conflicts with the first one, which we have already adopted. In that the first one says we're going to start developing a real estate agreement, but the second one says we're going to change the current lease structure instead. To me, this seems slightly contradictory.
Two different agreements.
I'm just saying, to me, it seems slightly contradictory. Second, the first motion did not address who's going to pay the rent this year or next year, and neither does your motion.
Correct.
I think that if we're going to have two motions, we need to address that issue, because the higher rent that needs to be paid is the primary thing that came out of this appraisal. So if we're going to take action at all, I think we need to address
If
that.
there actually is rent.
Okay,
I think
hang on. We have a motion and a second. Thank you very much for everybody. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries.
Mayor, I need to clarify just for expectations, since everybody's here. What will happen is we will seek direction from the FAA about what constitutes a public use. Like, what do they need to see in this agreement language before he and I attempt to draft something? The last thing we want to do is waste everyone's time. We will, and that's what that letter was actually attempting to do for Mike Haley back in January. So we'll do that, and then the other part of that, to address David Merz's concern, was about who's going to pay this and how much. I think what Councilman King has asked me to do is propose alternative methods to make the
It'll come back
whole,
to council.
right?
And it'll come back to council.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yes.
Yes.
You've got to present them to
And
you.
that's part of the motion too. It'll come back to council.
I just want to clarify.
All right, thank you. This issue is for tonight. Thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you.
Please take a deep breath when we all leave. And remember, when we walk out of here, we're all in support of y'all. We just have to work through stuff.
Okay, so I'm sitting back.
Time out, time out.
Hang on. The issue,
115 Wagon Lane.
I'm going to let you do it.
Perfect.
But what was
So
your
Mr.
first
King,
Dang it.
Andrew Tausch.
Thank you.
Andrew Tausch. Okay, I'm going to let a couple more, and then we're going to end this.
So Mr. King's approach was that he wanted to work with us and wanted to be able to essentially
Yes.
in all inclusiveness.
Yes.
Mr. Mers wants to have more of y'all doing all the work on the back end, in which y'all think
The
almost
motion has been
everything
made and
that's
passed,
presented-
and this is the way we're going to go.
So you did say this.
So we're working.
Okay,
We're
I
working
thought we were
together.
going off the direction of the.
No, sir. This was a
Beautiful.
motion
Okay.
passed.
No,
We're-
I am super. Hey, Mr.
for
King
staff
and
to
Mr.
work.
Markham, thank you so much for you two guys.
Thank
Y'all
you.
have been
Okay.
fantastic.
Is there any,
I voted for it too.
excuse me? All right, we're done.
Matt Stein, 140 Private Road, 4664. Ms. Martinez, love your views on this. You did mention, though, there will come a time at some point where we're going to have this argument again. And you mentioned that your option B that you proposed, I love your options, right? But that option B was in the event that, it doesn't happen. I heard Mr. Lee say, well, 20-year lease isn't going to happen. We're going to have this again. We just, 3 years, 2-year notice, we can't do that. We can't relocate and build something. We got to have a plan longer term.
And I understand that, but we have to work within the FAA rules.
100%.
And they limit the leases to 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, it doesn't mean you can't renew things, but we have limitations based on FAA rules. We can do a lot of things to work within them, but bottom line, at the end of the day, we have to follow those rules.
When the 3-year term ends, what is the timeliness for us to move?
I'm going to leave that up to however we negotiate the agreement.
Okay.
Okay? I'm not going to say 3 years and you're done and we're reliving this. I hope we don't. I hope we're able to work that out where we have some other avenues, but I can't speak to that at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Haley, did you want to close something? Because we want to end this.
Well, yeah, we have a moment to talk about the genesis of the letter and to stand
Okay. I think you're great with support of this. I don't want, the letter stands on its own. Mr. Dixon said it. It was here in their support to try to do things. I'm fine if you want to take a couple minutes, but I'm really not trying to relive everything we've just talked about for 2 hours.
I just want to make a comment, a statement. My name was invoked. It was said that I did put proper thought into the letter, that I did know what I was doing.
Well, okay.
So, but I don't want to rehash that. I just want to speak to my experience. I'm a licensed pilot, have been since the 80s. The inspection that was done was probably done by somebody who may not have even graduated high school in 1999. I was familiar with the rule in 1999 published by the FAA that allows for less than fair market value and also allows for community use if it creates goodwill between the airport and the community. So I made a call to the inspector that identified us as less than fair market value. She referred me to Gary Loftus at the FAA. I contacted him by phone. He and I discussed it. He said, Mike, just put together a letter, a simple letter that says community use, not to have to identify all the problems because he was already familiar with it. He sent a letter back, which I think you all have seen, and it identifies some problems that I don't think are accurate. I don't think you're charging fees at the ball fields. Maybe you're charging dues, and it has nothing to do with fees at the ball fields. But anyway, the FAA had this idea that made you more of a commercial entity than a community use. So my letter was to him for the community use based on the 1999 rule. He replied, now we're at the point where I really think we need to clarify with the FAA before we send a letter or apply for a land release or anything like that. We need to iron out with the FAA so that they have a clear understanding of what the baseball is today, how it's structured, whether there's dues paid, who's paying for the land use. Right now it's the city, it's not the baseball association. We need to work that through and then come up with a solution to Ben Breck, who is our TxDOT aviation planner. That's who we would send that request to for a land release. But that's the genesis. It was some thought that went into it. I'm trying to fix a problem without the baseball being told to leave. It was all in good faith. I just wanted you guys to know that.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm gonna have a couple more, and that's it.
I move to close the item.
I'm gonna have a couple more, and that's it.
You had a second.
My name's Clay Hamblett, 334 Private Road 4664. So my question, we've gotten derailed a lot, but my question is directly about the appraisal. So this appraisal was done, and who hired the appraiser? Was it the FAA or was it
the city of Castroville? Hired an appraisal to do this.
Yeah,
because we were assessed by FAA to do fair market value, so there was a fair market value appraisal done.
I agree. Okay, so that was where I was heading with this. So the appraisal appears to be based off of the land with the improvements done. Is that accurate?
No.
Or is this appraisal based on the hangar?
My understanding is the appraisal numbers are based on a ground lease.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the improvements that's on top of the ground.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
It's the ground lease. Okay. We're going to end this citizens' comments. We're going to end this issue. Thank you all very much. I appreciate y'all's time in this. At this time at 8:30, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Recess.
I've got it on pause. One second.
I don't know where we lost a council member, but I hope he finds. Hope he to the development agreement between the city of Castroville, Texas and NP Homes LLC and authorizing the mayor to execute the same. I'd entertain a motion, discussion, whatever we want to do.
I'd like to say something.
Yes, sir,
about this
please.
item. When reviewing this proposed amendment to the development agreement, I noticed that the street layout had changed in a substantial way from what was originally approved in the development agreement. The original development agreement included 3 north-south block breaks and had 4 entrances and exits to the neighborhood, 1 onto 471 and 3 onto Providence Street. The site layout plan in the proposed amendment features only 1 north-south block break and only 1 entrance exit onto Providence Street. Instead, it has a single block that is over 1,500 feet long. With a block that length, someone in the middle to go around to the front door of the house that shares their back fence will have to walk well over half a mile. And I do not think that is appropriate. In fact, our ordinances forbid blocks in excess of 1,200 feet. Street layouts are the hardest thing to change after they've initially been adopted. And so I would prefer to see further negotiations happen to try and reestablish the original 3 north-south block breaks and 3 entrances and exits onto Providence Street.
Yeah, I just want to add to that and maybe I can clarify that. The development agreement is established through the city council, but we started talking about this probably close to a year ago, that we would take developments, kind of run them through P&Z, and the layout of this original development went through P&Z and was approved that had 3 roads. Am I correct? And that's something the city council would like to maintain. Am I saying that correctly, folks?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is there any action or motion or anything I need to do on that? Or is there any further discussion? Or
I did not phrase it as an action.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying I did not phrase it as a motion.
Well, I'm asking if you would Mr. Counselor.
I mean, you can rephrase it as a motion.
Okay.
That we basically don't adopt it at this time, and this is what
I was going to say.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I move to direct staff to continue negotiations with the developer in order to reestablish the 3 block breaks and 3 entrances and exits onto Providence Street.
A second.
Motion made and second to direct staff to continue negotiation to reestablish the 3 entrances off of Providence Street as originally was laid out. Any further discussion? Nope. Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Here we go. Mr. Kinlan, I'm sorry you had to wait 3 hours to hear that.
No, I appreciate that. If I can ask a question for clarification, and then we'll get out of here. It'll help us guide our conversations with staff. For the record, Rob Killen Griffin Fairmont, 10101 Union Place in San Antonio. Is that the only open question that council has, is those 3 entrances? We're not reopening all of the negotiations?
I believe that's the only concern at this time.
That's my understanding. That was just hearing it back as the way it was.
Okay. I heard everything, so I appreciate that. I do want to say thank you to your legal team, your staff, and your consultants, P3 and that team, bond counsel. We've spent a lot of time working with them. We have gone through so many issues, and that's why I want to make sure there's only just this one open issue. So if that is the case, and that's what I heard.
We see it as a safety for ingress, egress to the development.
No, I appreciate the reasoning for that. I just want to make sure that this is the issue.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to item B, which is discussion appropriate action regarding a billing dispute for the utility account associated with 913 US Highway 90, Medina Valley Health and Rehab Center. Is there someone here for that? There's no one here for that. Okay, I'll turn it over to Scott. Did you want to address that, or do we want to go straight to any council discussion or motion or what?
Yeah, I think if council wanted to make a motion, the staff's viewpoint on this particular issue, just for the record, is that we have a policy. The person in or the utility customer in this respect alleges that staff was acting punitively in some way by implementing policy. I want to state for the record that is absolutely not true. That staff has been and continues to simply follow the policies that have been established by this council. And one of those is to go back 6 months and recoup costs that were not charged to the customer. And so that's what we're trying to do in this case. And that would be our recommendation. It would be the fair thing to do, is what we've done for other account holders in the community, some of them very large. I think Walmart had a similar issue not too long ago where we did something very similar. So I think it's right and proper for us to do that, and that would be our recommendation to staff or to council, is to follow the policy.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I guess the motion would say council direct staff to follow city's current policy.
If you want to make a motion,
really
that's
need
what
a
it would
motion
be.
for that?
Well, we do, because
Okay,
it's
then I'll
a
make a motion that council direct staff to follow
current
the
policy
city's current policy.
concerning the utility bill for Medina Valley Rehab.
Correct.
We got it.
I'll second. Oh, sorry.
Motion made.
Go ahead.
Motion made by Mr. King. Motion seconded by Ms. Martinez. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. I just said aye, but motion carries. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be nice guy here and go to E. I'm gonna Chief. You got a few minutes. Oh, wait,
Trying to say
I'll tell you what.
library sometime.
You'll go pretty quick, right?
Yeah. Chief's is easy.
We're talking about the library.
Chief.
You got a minute. Okay, let me do C really quick. Discussion appropriate action to adopt a resolution. City Council of the City of Castroville authorizing submission of a grant application, motor vehicle crime prevention authority, catalytic converter. Do we have anybody who would like to make a motion?
I make a motion, accept and approve the resolution authorizing the Castroville Police Department to apply for and accept $66,000 in grant funding for the purchase of one Skydio drone at $30,000 and the maintenance of the existing flock cameras at $36,000. This grant does require a city match, which would be at $13,200.
I second.
Motion made and second to adopt a resolution for the grant for your items and authorize the drone and authorize the match through the police department funds.
Discussion?
Any discussion?
Yes, sir. I'm in favor of everything, but I would not buy the drone. And I think we need to have a little more information on the drone, its longevity, what it takes to fly it, exactly what its utilization would be, and so forth. Besides that, if it flies, it's going to crash. And then we're going to say, we got to have another drone, another 20, 30,000. I am not in favor of the drone. And I've had lots of drones and I understand what they can do, but this I'm going to vote against.
Okay.
Just the drone.
Any other discussion?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Upon further research, I am not at this time comfortable taking on additional funding for the flock cameras. I'm not convinced at this time that that company respects the privacy of drivers on the road.
Okay.
Can I mention something here?
Sure.
I think there needs to be a little bit of clarification. I just went through my CGIS audit, my CGIS renewal. Essentially what that does is this system, you have to have those credentials to get into that system. They built into the system where I cannot randomly go in there unless I have a case number, there's a criminal offense, and we have that vehicle in the system from another agency. I think that's where a little bit of the miscommunications is with the flock camera systems, that we just randomly go in there and watch videos. We don't have a what I would call a true crime center. A lot of those larger agencies do, and they utilize that. I don't know how they watch those cameras. Physically impossible to watch all of the cameras in those large metropolitan areas. But I can assure you that criminally and civilly, we can be held liable, including myself, if they are misused and they're going through audits. There's a lot of transparencies with these cameras. And I've heard some of your concerns, but they have put in certain elements of policy and rules and everything else that we have to go by in order to make this happen. And I'm sure, as you well know, that there may be some agencies that don't follow those guidelines, and they could be subject to criminal and civil liabilities.
Okay, thank you. Councilman King?
Yeah, I'm in favor of both of these. I mean, I think it gives you tools you need on both of them. And if you crash it, that doesn't mean you're going to automatically get a new.
You are correct. I have lost a drone, sir.
Yeah.
Mr. Marchman?
Yes, I'm in favor of both.
Thank you, sir.
I already lost my last drone.
And I'm pretty sure you are because you haven't made the motion. So we have a motion and a second to approve this grant resolution. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Council.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, let's go real quick to item D, authorizing a local agreement with the city of Bernie for the purchase of materials and services. Who's going to take that?
I can, well, I can speak to
Well,
quickly, but
I mean, I don't have a problem with interlocal agreements with them. My whole question is why Bernie, but I'm okay with anybody and everybody. That's what we do, is work together.
yeah, so specifically because Bernie has already gone out for bid for a contractor that y'all have had presentations from. That's
Got it.
Good Roads Group, Good Roads. So that's why.
Okay,
That's why it's done.
Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, city council approve interlocal agreement with the city
Sorry,
of Bernie to
Scott.
allow for cooperative purchasing and take appropriate action.
Looking for a second.
Second.
Motion made and second to authorize interlocal agreement with the city of Bernie for the purchase of materials and services. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Scott,
Yes.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're
Sorry.
fine. That'll enable, so we aren't going to talk about it tonight, but April 28th, we'll probably have more
Okay.
conversation about pavement. And
Item E, discussion and appropriate action on recommendations of the library board and Friends of the Library for the public library expansion. Before we say, I'm going to turn this over to you, but I want to make a comment before we do anything. The city council was provided layouts. The city council was provided an alternative and a budget number just under $600,000, and the city council elected to support that expenditure during the CIP discussions. So while I believe we should review what it is, I think we're looking at a broad stroke, because I would look at staff to figure out the details on how they use each room and what have you, but we look at it as a broad picture for the expansion of the library. Now, we all know everybody wants a new building, but we have budget constraints, so we do the best we can. So, and I believe there was when, and Mr. Lee, I don't want to speak for him, but from my understanding, when we went back to the library board, there was a little discussion about maybe it didn't go before the library board or didn't go before the Friends of the Library. So it was asked to bring before them for advisories, for recommendations. And I think that's what you're here for tonight.
I'm just here to answer any questions
Okay.
that council might have on the expansion. I do want to thank you for the expansion, and, you know, I'm just working with the architects that came in, and they were great. You know, there have been some things that we've asked for, and I guess bottom line is we'll roll with whatever we're going to get within that budget. So,
Well, that's what I'm thinking, and I'm going to let council ask the questions, but my position is we've authorized up to an amount.
Mhm.
Make it happen.
yeah, we will.
Ms. Martinez, did you have anything?
Oh, no, the staff knows what they need. I mean, Chrissy and I talk all the time, my neighbor. And you guys need the space.
Yeah.
Especially with all the programs you guys do and everything. You guys know what you need. That's good enough for me.
Mr. Marchman,
Same.
Appreciate it.
Mr. King,
Same.
Mr. Mers, Mr. Lee.
Yes, since I'm the library board liaison, which I've enjoyed, and the issue was brought up, you didn't all see this, but the issue was brought up by one of the members that how come we didn't get public input? And so I brought an item to council to task the library board and to request Friends of the Library to provide information to the plans that we had agreed to here because of space issues, money, disruption of the property, and those other kinds of things. And there was some response to that is, well, why not this and why not that? And I said, it was not even known whether this was going to make the cut for council in a CIP meeting until whatever it was, we had our CIP meeting in
Right.
March, whatever. And so it would be inappropriate for the city to go out and get people spun up on something that was very, very limited in scope. And so until the council decided they wanted to do that, there really wasn't any need to go out and ask the community. And so I thought the best people that knew the library the best were the library advisory board and the Friends of the Library, and give them the opportunity to make input on the floor plans, which they did. Those are included in here. And there was an issue about looking for a staff bathroom, which would require tremendous amount of expense. The other was to make sure we got ADA doors and that, so we got the exterior lighting fixed. And I don't know, whatever you might have gotten from Friends of the Library that's in here. So I think we need to consider whether we want to have those things included in the plans. And so if you'll comment on the inputs that those two groups made to finalize where we are, I think that would solve everything.
Yes, last week I met with the Friends of the Library on Tuesday, and then Thursday was the Library Advisory Board. They were all in favor. They just couldn't understand the layout, but it was the first draft. And I kept telling them, this is just the beginning. We're going to be working with this person, you know, throughout until this is done. A staff bathroom would be great. We have a lot of people in the library, and a lot of people that are not even library patrons who come in and use the bathroom all the time, which, you know, it would be nice to have our own. But the staff also knows that if we can't do it, they're okay. They're going to do what's best for the library. They love what they're doing. We all love what we're doing. We love the kids, and we just want to provide enough space so that we are in compliance with our rooms. Last Tuesday, we had 48 kids at story time.
Wow.
So that was Wednesday. Tuesday, we had like 20 something. So we're growing, and I think the expansion is going to be great, and we're just going to work it out as best as we can.
I don't want to sound whatever about this, but it's not every day somebody gets handed $600,000, says go expand your facility.
Right.
And you make it work to what meets your needs.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And that's what the city council has done for the library. So please work with your folks, do what you do for the best, whatever works best for y'all.
Yeah.
I believe that.
I know Library World, and Chrissy, my my supervisor, she knows the community. So we're working together to do the right for do what's best for the
Do
library.
we need any action on this, or we just?
So I want to clarify that this item came to you for input. If you had specific things that you wanted to see, and as far as interior design, et cetera, I don't hear that from you. What I hear is you're saying, staff, you've got some input, you've got a budget, figure it out. Mm-hmm. So I want to set expectations with you all. The next step would be for Fort Powell and Carson, the group, the architect group that we hired, to bring you all a plan and a design of what that looks like. I don't have a definite timeline because we were kind of waiting to see what happened tonight. So based on this, Beth and I will circle back. We'll probably have a meeting either later this week or next week with them and I'll give you guys an idea of what that date looks like, timeline looks like. Understand this, because I know we want to get stuff done. The construction will not happen any sooner than after summer because of the disruption that it would pose to the libraries.
I got it.
I want to be real clear with
But,
you.
but we want to lock it down so we have.
We'll get to
we
work
have
on the
the-
time between now.
We don't want to, we're very firm in our commitment.
I did
We
reach
want
out
to lock
about,
that down.
I'm sorry. I did reach out about the cost of bathrooms. I heard Councilman Lee said that'd be very expensive. I had the same thought. Man, that's not in the budget. However, the contractor who you've already hired, the construction group, gave me figures that are feasible. So we will work within our budget, and if that works within our budget, then you'll see a staff bathroom, but it'll be within that amount y'all approved. If it needs to be beyond that, we will specifically request that later.
Okay, unless somebody wants to make a motion, you
I'll
just,
make one.
yes,
I move to provide direction to the staff, the design build team regarding the library layout, utilization of the proposed library expansion, including the northwest additions, to include incorporating all feasible inputs made by the Library Advisory Board and the Friends of the Library to fit within the budgeted item.
okay, and I got it, and I understand that, and I'm not, before we get a second, I just want to clarify. Staff has the final decision on how the layout is.
That's right.
Take the items from the advisory committees under consideration, but staff has a final decision. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
it's really about the motion, and he's saying yes.
Is that the correct on the motion? Okay, a second on that?
I'll second that.
Motion made and second to utilize the advice of the library board and the Friends of the Library in determining the final layouts of that as decided by staff.
Sounds great.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign? You guys are opposed to that?
It still passes.
Okay, it passed.
I missed
So
the
it's
second.
Houston
Who's the
and-
second?
The second is Mr. Murs,
Okay,
and it's a 3-2 vote.
okay.
Okay? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, everybody. All right. Let's move on to item F. F, discussion and appropriate action, authorized professional agreement with Pape Dawson for airport engineering services. Before we go to that item, I just want to, City Council approved hiring Pape Dawson under the professional services or procurement act, or whatever. You choose who you believe is the most qualified individual or firm, and you negotiate the rate and enter into a contract for services. We are now at that point. We have chosen the candidate, and now we're ready to make the contract. And only city council has to approve the contract. So that's where we're at right now. This is only purely as needed, basically a lot of times to meet requirements for grants and things like that, only as needed. It is not a full-time, it is not a retainer, it's only as needed. The only question I would pose, and I'm not trying to relive everything, but some of our, for future reference, some of our engineers we have, they have other disciplines available in their firms. It's just task orders. We already have agreements, but anyway, in this case, so I would open up to a motion or
I
discussion.
want to make one clarification because I know that Councilman Lee had a question, and so I'm going to try to answer it
Okay.
for everyone. He was asking, well, who did this work before? And I don't know if that was answered when we met before, but ironically, the group that did this type of work before was KSA, who was then bought by Pape Dawson. So the folks at KSA are the folks that have been doing a lot of the work at the airport when on an as-needed basis, certainly not an every year type of thing. We also have used contracted services with Chuck Friesenhahn's company.
But
Trigon. I knew to start with a T. But Trigon, there's things that he offered where he did environmental reports and other things that potentially could be utilized by Pape Dawson or Trigon, either one. So,
but the task orders for this services would either be as determined by the city administrator or city council.
Correct, depending on the size and scope of the
Right.
project, whether it was
Right.
budgeted, all of that.
Right, so there's controls in place.
Yes.
Okay.
More discussion?
Entertain a motion or discussion, or, I mean, I'd really like a motion if we
I'd
can.
I'd
We
like,
can have a discussion.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the contract for professional services with Pape Dawson as presented.
I second.
Okay, motion made and seconded to approve the contract for services, engineering services for the airport with Pape Dawson. Now we're going to open discussion. Councilman Lee.
Yes, sir. I voted against this before. I'm going to vote against it again. You know, there are engineering firms, which I love KSA, don't get me wrong. I'm sorry they've added another very expensive layer of charges on top of it all. But we normally use TxDOT Aviation. They have a scoping person there. That's their sole responsibility, is to help airports scope projects, which is what we've done. And then if we need something like a KSA to monitor the task, we would go get them. My fear is, and I'm going to put it on the next agenda, is we could end up giving routine kinds of things that we could do internally or use TxDOT for. Just say, here, Pape Dawson, here, KSA, go do this for us. You know, and you're going to spend $500, $600, $700 an hour because you're going to have a lot of people working the project. Before you know it, you've got a huge bill that we probably wouldn't have to spend if we did the things we've done in the past and just work as much of it locally with the advisory board, the airport manager, with TxDOT Aviation Scoper, before we actually got to the point of TxDOT of KSA. And so I'm going to vote against it, and I'm going to put an item on the next agenda that we need to determine when and how we use it, what the dollar limits are, and to make sure that we have those safeguards you talked about, that we don't end up blowing a bunch of money doing things that we should have done for ourselves. Because Mayor, I've heard you say a million times, we send too much stuff out that we could do in-house. And we've done it in-house for 25 years. And so I want to be sure we're not getting just, you know, go take care of that for us. And
Got it.
got it. That's it.
Mr. Merce?
Yes, I also voted against this in the past, but not for the same reason. And I still plan to vote against it. The firm Pape Dawson, I don't think it would be appropriate to have them working at the airport, given that other engineers at that company also work on many of the developments in and around Castroville, which would be affected by future airport plans and changes.
Mr. King?
Yeah, I have, again, to penalize a good company because some of their employees volunteered to be on our boards, especially because an engineer, from an ethics standpoint, he's never going to put himself in a position to have a conflict of interest. But also, you know, the council has directed the city administrator with how much money he can authorize himself. So now we're going to come back and say, well, yeah, you have these where you have to stay under these amounts without coming to council, but we're going to put these other stipulations on you. It just confuses us. We've hired a city administrator to administer the city. We're giving him the tools to administer the city by providing him professional services he needs. And if you want to curtail what he's going to do, then that's a whole nother issue that goes back to the policies and procedures that the city administrator has. So again, I'm in favor of this, and I'm not in favor of putting restrictions on the city administrator's ability to hire professional services that we have already contracted with.
Mr. March?
Guilty needs them.
Thank you. Mr. Marchman, did you have anything else?
I do, just real quick, back to Mr. Lee's scenario with this guy's following. And this is in our document. It says the proposed agreement establishes general terms, conditions, and framework under which Pape Dawson will provide professional engineering services, meaning that is defined. It's not going to slither off and be, you know what I mean? I mean, this document in here allegedly does exactly what Mr. Lee's concerns were. So
Okay.
Not really.
On an as-needed basis. On an
Yes.
Another comment.
Yes,
on an as-needed basis.
It says on an as-needed. Okay, Miss.
I did the motion.
Okay.
I seconded it, didn't I?
I believe
so. Mr. Lee, did you have one more comment?
One more comment. Anything to do out there that has to do with a change and anything to do with the airport could reasonably said we could have an engineer look at it, okay?
I called
We
the
could have-
question.
And so that's my point. There's many things we can do for ourselves without having to go to an engineer for.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion, we have a second, called the question. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion carries 3-2. Okay, item H. Discussion and appropriate action regarding proposed CIP to the Castroville Municipal Airport. I believe this is to set a date and time for a CIP at the airport. If you recall, when we did our last CIPs, we talked about the general fund, we talked about the utility system, but I don't think we did one on the airport.
Now, we only got through general fund.
Oh, we only have to general fund? Okay. So we need to work on these other ones. So I don't know when, but we need to try to schedule one. And I would look for Mr. Dixon to come out with us some proposed meeting dates and times.
I'll make a comment that we do have a short timer, as I know the mayor is aware. I don't know how much the council is aware, but Mr. Haley is going to retire
Yes.
for the second time. We wish him well, and I'm so very, very grateful for his
The
patience.
15th of May.
All that he's done for our airport. So that'll be May what?
May 15th.
So if we want his involvement and help with this, I would suggest doing it before May 15th. That's kind of my only comment, because otherwise we will, I don't have one in the wings to take his spot yet. We're going to have to post that position. It may take a little while to recruit. Yours truly, myself, will be the acting airport manager until we have one. And I just heard Councilman Lee, let's not use an engineer if we don't absolutely have to. And that would be my next state is we'll have Pape Dawson come in and help.
That's was going to be my ask.
And I'll be honest, David Kirkpatrick, who now works for him, would be a person who'd be well versed in that. But I'm not going to automatically do that. I would much prefer let's have initial conversations with staff, and we're able to do that between now and then.
Mr. Lee, do you have any times suggested or dates?
Prior to 3/5 of this council vacating the bench. And so that would either be this month or probably the first week of May.
Phil leaves when?
May 2nd.
So it'd have to be between that. He's leaving like the country or whatever. So
Well, actually, that'll probably work in my favor.
May 1st.
yeah. So it'd have to be between now and May 1st.
That's Saturday.
What's that?
May Friday and Saturday.
That's a week from
I'm
Saturday.
leaving.
We-
My
we-
flight's out May
I
1st.
thought you were saying.
That's 2 weeks.
Yeah, we do have a council meeting on the 28th.
But you're already going to start early.
We already have 5 o'clock. No.
So
We haven't
29th.
called a special.
No, that's for this coming Monday.
That's on the 20th.
So our other meeting's the 28th. Well, how about
We could do the 27th. It's a Monday.
I think he's waiting for Councilman Lee to give a date.
I was thinking it's
fine? 23rd, 27th,
I'm easy.
24th,
27th, 10 o'clock.
27th is easier.
Well, how long is it going to be?
27th.
Well, we don't want to run out.
Well, no, we get on 28th, an hour before
No.
regular council.
No.
There's not going to be enough
That's
time.
difficult for me to attend.
Okay.
The 27th starting at about 3:30 would be
That sounds good.
easiest to work with my other work schedule.
Oh, you said you could be here.
No,
Sunday
on Tuesdays.
Okay.
27th.
That works.
Oh, no. Let me look.
I entertain a motion.
At what time?
At 3:30.
April 27th.
Just the airport, right? Not utility.
Make a motion.
It's the airport.
And David, you said 27th.
It's 27th at 3:30.
Make a motion that we have a CIP airport planning meeting for the 27th at 3:30 p.m.
Second.
of May.
April.
Vegas.
You want to put it?
Oh, you guys are gone.
You want to put a Yandy back on your motion?
Yeah, and
The
by
motion made, is there a second?
and
Second.
Okay, motion made and second to have airport CIP meeting begin at 3:30 PM on Monday, April 27th. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Unopposed, no, nothing. Motion carries. Thank you. Set it up. It's our
I'd like to
PLC.
provide y'all just kind of a list of the projects that are already out there
That's good.
for your information.
Okay, item I. We're not going to do that. I've been asked to move on. Actually, tell you something too about item. I'm going to tell you something about item I, and I'm going to be very blunt on it. I don't think the way the agenda report is written matches the agenda item.
Dang it, Mayor.
And it's,
No, you're correct.
It's specifically asked to hire more people, and that's a budget discussion. That's not a paving project.
Yeah, there's a miscommunication between me and the person who created the item. That's my fault. It's my fault. So that's one reason why, Mayor, I asked you this evening, let's not talk about that because two things. One, I don't think it's properly noticed. Two, we're going to have that discussion later.
Item I has been postponed to a future meeting.
No action.
No action. Item J, discussion and appropriate action regarding sales and property tax collections at the Castroville Municipal Airport. I know, Mr. Lee, you've asked about this. I talked a little bit about it with Leroy today, and I'm sure, Scott, did you get the brief from him?
I did. He unfortunately had to leave for a family issue suddenly this afternoon, so I'm not super prepared to talk about it. But I did get it, and essentially, one of the things that I hope council understands, and I want to make sure that I convey, is that the tax collections, are not our responsibility, right? I mean, we're not a tax assessor collector for property taxes or sales taxes. We're the beneficiary. The state remits those to us, or in the case of property taxes, the county remits those to us, but we don't assess them. Now, one of the things that's interesting about the airport is, there's a lot of, and I've been guilty of this myself. Like, we encourage commercial aircraft to be out there with the idea that there'll be a tax that they will pay, and on private hangars, same thing. Like, they're doing a land lease, there will be a tax that they will pay. But there are loopholes, just like anything else. We all have CPAs and others that may help you with your taxes. There are ways for businesses to avoid paying those taxes or to find the cheapest way to pay the taxes by paying another entity, et cetera. So we are not collecting, as the report reflects, hardly any taxes, whether they be property or sales tax at the airport. And there are things that staff is looking into to try and identify who the taxpayers should be, or maybe where they're paying the taxes, to see if there's anything we can do to kind of get that. But ultimately, we don't really have any control over that. We can reach out to the state, we can reach out to the county, and that's what we're going to work on. And I think that was what Leroy conveyed to Councilman Lee when he discussed it.
What Leroy shared with me was the fact that, yes, you're working with it through the county, recognize it, and try to proceed accordingly. Mr. Lee,
Yes,
is that?
and, I think.
Did I depict that properly?
I'd like to speak to it.
Yes, sir, please.
You're close. The reason that I brought this up, and I've been trying to get it addressed for 15 plus years, a good portion of very expensive projects we've done at the airport were based upon Airport Advisory Board's recommendation to attract corporate aircraft to build corporate hangars so we could get ad valorem tax on the hangars and the aircraft that go to the city's general fund. Okay? We thought that was important. City Council thought it was important. But it just doesn't happen by magic. Okay? The city of, where's left field? Dallas or Fort Worth?
Dallas.
They get a huge portion of their tax revenue from Southwest Airlines because that's where they base their airplanes. There's been a number of articles where Texas tax entities woke up to go, my gosh, we've got millions and millions and millions of dollars of these corporate airplanes, and we're not paying any tax. And so, just like any other business, I mean, what if Walmart decided they didn't want to pay tax? Would you kind of be upset about that? But all that infrastructure, the runway extension, the jet fuel, the AWAS, the PAPI system, all that stuff, even part of the terminal building was designed specifically for corporate people to come there and have conferences and do business. So council agreed we needed to pursue that set of accomplishments at the airport, which has been done. And so even the new airport layout plan shows places for corporate hangars. And so if you don't investigate what it is you should be getting, whether you're the entity responsible to make sure it's gotten or not, you have to start the process. You have to make
Ms. Dixon over at the appraisal office aware that, hey, we've got this entity, it's a commercial operation, we've got $10 million worth of airplanes they use for commercial stuff. It's worth, the same as 20 $500,000 houses. That's important. And so unless you initiate that investigation into what should be and the entities that need to be making sure they're collecting that for the city's purposes, then nothing will ever happen. You could find out later that, we've been missing out on, $50,000 that we should have been having. So my whole point was to have that process started so we know who's out there and who should be paying the taxes, have the county tax office proceed to make that happen for us. And when we do lease agreements with people like Brass or whoever else, we need to nail down where they're basing their airplane. Because where they base their airplane, if they're going to base it somewhere, basically makes us the recipient of the tax value of that. And the hangar they build, the whole time that it's amortizing out to the end that it turns over to us, it's all taxable. Okay? If you build $1 million hangar, I get the property tax on that $1 million every year to the general fund. The general fund. So that's my pitch. I think what Leroy's doing is fine. He's headed down the road. He's doing the investigation with the agency. He's talking to Ms. Dixon at the appraisal office. And just so council and staff's aware that this income entity is available to us. And we need to make sure that that happens. And also, it says it in your packet, if you rent an airplane or do some of those other kind of things, those are taxable events. And so I think we're interested, just like on Christmas at the square, that those people both need to pay taxes to the city. That's all I got.
Okay. So I guess what I'm trying to get at, I'm asking here, since staff is already working on it, is there any really action to take on this?
Well, it says no action is required.
Okay, then we're good. Anybody have any other comments?
Nope.
Okay, we move on. Item K. Item K. Discussion and appropriate action on authorizing Mayor Alexander to sign a letter of community support for Texas Water Development Board grant-funded drainage studies of the Flat Creek and Kemp Creek watersheds. Are you going to take this? You going to take this? Or I wanted to put that on there so everybody fully understands what we're doing and what we're getting.
Sure.
Or what we're eligible for.
I'm gonna tee it up, and then Brianna can correct me if I say anything that's wrong. Is that okay? So when we did our drainage master plan, which is dated 2023.
Okay.
We went through a drainage master plan. There's some elements of it actually in that one item that we skipped. You'll see it in there. That's because it was misnamed.
Sure.
That at the same time, unbeknownst to us, the state was contemplating doing their own statewide master plan. So the timing really couldn't have been better for the city of Castroville. It enabled us, our folks at K-Freeze, later bought by Lochner, to interface with the state. So about the time we were adopting our plan, just shortly after we adopted our plan, the state started requesting information, and we had it all ready to give to them. So we gave it to them. And they did that statewide. And now the state has taken all those plans and all that input, and they have allocated money to every single county in the state to identify projects that are worth further review. And there were two areas in Medina County that they deemed worthy of further review. And it was Flat Creek and Kemp. Now, we've already had an update since this report was produced that I believe that because they also talked to the county, that they're going to probably do the study on Kemp. Now, you're going to sign 2 letters anyway. They're going to ask for a letter for both, but they're probably going to select Kemp Creek to study. That's the area, that's the watershed that's north of town. So you think about all that development, the data centers and the subdivisions on Petrenko and that area and even further, that's all coming this way. So they're going to study that area where there's no cost to us.
What is the grant? The amount?
I don't know. I think it's $1 million per county is what I think they said, but it doesn't come to us.
No, I understand,
so it's not really.
We're the indirect recipients.
That's right. So there's this very fortunate entities, I'm sure, across the state, these engineers who have been selected by the state to do these plans, plan processes. But this letter is just a token kind of thing that the state requires that we're going to do. And it'll probably be a year before we see the results
But
of
it's,
that.
it's,
to make a motion.
It's still good.
I move to authorize the mayor to execute the community interest affirmation forms for the Texas Water Development Board flood management evaluation studies for Flat Creek and Kemp Creek.
I'll second.
Motion made in second, yes, discussion.
A member of the Kemp family reached out to me and made sure that we do spell their name right. There is an F.
KEMPF.
There's an F at the end.
KEMPF.
That's right.
That is their name.
Oh,
I've seen that too.
And it is Kemp Creek North, right?
Yes.
right.
That watershed. It's called Kemp with an F.
Kemp.
I think the state also.
And she's out there just looking at us saying, yep, get it right. Yes, ma'am. All right, good. With that correction, motion made in second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carries. All right. We have you guys get the Water Development Board.
Please sign that before you leave town.
If you have the document, I will, because I'm on a plane in about 8 hours.
Let's drag that quick. If you
Yeah, I know.
send it to me, I can print it.
Drag it out a little bit more is what you're saying? Okay. Okay, I'll remember that when I'm sitting there before the regulatory people. Okay. Item L, discussion, possible action, direct the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board to develop a plan to establish a new sports complex or regional park. You know, and I know, David, I'll just let you, Councilman Mers, I'll let you and Bob Lee both to tag team on this, because I think both of y'all talked about this and maybe how to do this, because I think the idea at first from Mr. Lee was to involve like the regional park, the school, the ball field, and the county and everybody. But I'm going to turn that over.
Okay. Yeah. So this is an item I've brought in part due to action from the Parks and Recreation Board. There is currently no park east of the Medina River able to support major events or youth sports. As our existing parks struggle to meet demand and absent substantial parkland dedications from in-progress developments, it would benefit the city to begin actively scouting for potential funding and location for a new regional park or youth sports complex. It would also be beneficial to have somewhere that baseball can move if the FAA is not cooperative. And so I support the idea of a committee being formed to investigate options for such a park. And then I have a letter from the Parks and Recreation Board, which was passed at their regularly called meeting this month, I think. So it says, to Mayor and City Council. What's going on?
He's having somebody go to PD, go somewhere. You okay?
Is everything okay?
My alarm just went off on my vehicle, and just last night, at my house. Just last night, one neighbor down, they broke the windows and they're walking around on cameras and guns.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So they're in this area.
They are, unfortunately.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't interrupt you. I apologize.
I was about to read a letter from the Parks and Recreation Board. To Mayor and City Council, the Castroville Parks and Recreation Advisory Board strongly recommends that Council form a committee to find funding and or location for a youth sports complex east of the Medina River, as is already outlined in the Parks Master Plan. See pages 23 and 61. More effort is required because of the growing population and the demand for youth sports. The city does not have enough space or amenities to support youth sports to the fullest extent in both Regional Park and Lions Park. The Parks Board wants to see youth sports programs continue to grow in the region. We recommend including committee members from the school district, city council, sports leagues, staff, and this board at a minimum.
All right, it's a motion. You have a second?
That was a letter from the Parks.
Oh, I'm sorry. My mind's in another world right now.
Oh, no, it's.
Please, just.
But before we make a motion, Mr. Lee, do you have anything to add to this item? I know this has been.
Yeah, as we discussed this, I've talked to Commissioner Sitter about it, and the first thing he said when I talked to him was, "Don't ask us for money." and I said, I don't think the issue is you giving money, but county commissioner and commissioners know everything and anything going on in Medina County. And we have a lot of new large businesses, data centers, and so forth coming to this area that might be interested in getting their name on a portion of this. We've got Medina Valley Youth Baseball we thought ought to be involved, possibly a member of City Council. People from the Parks Board need to be involved, maybe the Chamber of Commerce, Medina Valley ISD, and so forth. Anybody that might need to make use of a larger sports and recreational complex, which is just about anybody. And so that was the vision of trying to get as many members as possible and appropriate to be a part of this. And so you got to start somewhere. The council's got to endorse that in order to have it get started. Comments, anybody? Anybody not want to do
Any
this?
other comments?
Well, this comment, you know, we do need to include the county. There's no doubt that they are getting a great benefit of these cloud facilities coming. And as we know, talking to the Medina Valley, only about 25% of those kids actually live within city Castroville. So to me, if you look at other counties, Bear County, north of Bear County, and I think it's Comal County, there's a Hippo something county sports park up there. And
Hippo? On 281.
On 280, yeah, or...
Yeah, it's a huge soccer complex.
Yes, yeah, then there's another one. So I think this is something the counties could get involved in. So I think, I realize the first response is, well, don't come look for us money, but this is a county issue. So I think somehow we need to get the county involved in this, just like we had to get them involved with our traffic issues.
Well, and to your point, our population is still 3,000 something.
Yes.
Counties is changing. Ours isn't.
And we don't have cloud facilities
right
on our property like they do.
Exactly.
So they're, and those cloud facilities are property tax.
He's got to come up with something.
Big thing for them. You disagree with that?
They just established tax abatement districts on several of them.
Yes, but for a limited time and not forever and ever. But they also have not on their sales tax. It's not county abatement on the sales tax, and they're charging sales tax. So yes. So so David, I guess you want to make a motion on this since you brought it, but I'm in support of it. I think though that we do need to bring in these other entities into this group for this planning.
Two more? Or?
Any other comments?
No, I'm in favor. I agree.
I'm in favor of it, but we're getting to have 3 new council members on. And maybe one of them might want to be on this board.
So I think first you come up with a plan.
Yeah.
On it. Just don't simply say, "Oh, go do it." But I think we need to have a plan, and for instance, how many people, you know.
What is the organization of the group?
Correct.
What's it look like?
Correct.
So
How many
really,
from where?
Kind of set them a purpose. It's a great idea to move forward with.
Yeah.
Master plan already.
Okay.
I have some recommendations of figures to go into the motion, and that would be of members of council, parks board, county officials, Medina Valley Youth Baseball, local businesses, and interested individuals as appropriate.
I would include soccer in that group.
Say,
I don't know if that was on the list.
Local sports organizations.
Yes. Because I'm not sure.
So is that a motion either from Mr. Mers or Mr. Lee?
I move to approve the creation of a committee consisting of members of council, parks board, county officials, Medina Valley Youth Baseball, local businesses, local sports associations, and other individuals as desired, funding and or investigate funding and or land for creation of a new regional park or youth sports complex.
I'll second that, but I guess, are we directing staff to do this, or
No.
how are we going about it?
This
You want
is,
to put that in your motion?
I don't know, you wrote the motion. Well, you're really tasking the Parks Board to be the focal point that makes this group happen with our blessing.
Oh.
Okay, I guess I didn't remember that in your motion that you.
I didn't say it, I read what was on the paper. Come up with some words. We'll make the mayor come up with it. That is his job, by the way.
It is my job to read the motion
It's your job.
and read it back. So y'all tell me what it is, I'll read it back as part of a vote. I don't formulate the motions. I just read them back.
Bob, you want to read it again?
Let me, you don't have to write it out. I move the city council approve the creation of a committee consisting of council,
One member, or, I'm
City-
sorry, I came in late.
we'll get there, Parks Board, county officials, Medina Valley Youth Baseball, local businesses, interested local sports associations, and other individuals as appropriate to investigate funding and or land for the creation of a new regional park or youth sports complex.
And I seconded that for discussion, and I also think the same thing. It doesn't, so we're going to hope to create it, but are we directing staff to create it? Are we appointing someone? And there's no plan there how to move forward.
Right. I think we should specify that it should be one member from each group.
You're gonna have to repeat those groups, because I.
Yes.
There's a lot of groups.
So
Or if you have it in writing, he has it in writing.
You have it all in writing?
We just need the word of who is going to be the focal point to get the people. That could be the Parks Board.
well, I think we should if we're forming the committee, I think we should make space for them to host their, I guess,
How about,
we should provide space for them to host their meetings. I think council should select, or I would say council should select the people, and I think council should set them in May because a majority of council is going to be replaced by then. So it does not make sense to.
Then let's just postpone this.
why don't you bring it back? We have the most knowledge. How about bring it back on the 28th with the wording to get what you want? And then it just go right through.
That'll work.
Or I can give you some more wording right now. Move to approve the city council for the creation of a committee chaired by Castroville Parks Board.
Well,
Members, huh? I'm thinking out loud.
I know,
didn't
because
know
if you
that I
put the
was
whole
gonna be
board on
doing
there, then
this.
you're gonna have to have agendas every time, and it has to be a certain, they might not have a quorum if you do the whole
Let
board.
me bring this back to the next meeting.
Yes.
Come up with some
But instead of just, can you
Everybody
come
has-
back with a plan of how you would form, like when we created the Castroville Economic Development Board, there was a plan on who was gonna be on it, and then council approved that. So if you come up with that.
So
I disagree with you.
could we discuss that a little bit now instead of just punting it? So when we created the steering committee for the multimodal planning effort, we discussed here who should be on that, what categories of, so it was a Parks Board member, a Planning and Zoning member, a HLC member, a City Council member, and we wanted to have one person from each district, make sure one person from each district was on here. And then there was a staff member, Soto, who was in charge of corralling them. And I think that we could have a similar composition. We could say what groups of people we want on there. We could say that the parks director will be in charge of corralling them, interfacing them to the city.
That would be Jonah.
I like Jonah too much to give him that task.
I think, David, I think as a working thing, I think it would make sense. Yes, this is what you propose, and we can discuss the next meeting. Also, we can read it before it comes up to the next meeting and give you, so it doesn't have to be the final document, just a draft of what you propose with some thoughts. But I think that also you want to talk to Jonah, that key person that can direct a group like that. He may be, I don't know.
I think what y'all were, one of the things you were looking for is consensus. Is this a good idea? I think you got that tonight. Council is consenting this is a good idea, but just like some of the other things, I think the potential members of this committee need to be approached and conversations need to be had. And then, and so maybe I'm not punting, but I think even some of the people all proposed tonight, MVISD, et cetera, y'all have no power or authority to assign any of those folks to a committee. You can simply request. And when we brought the steering committee before, we had already had those conversations. We already knew who would be from the different groups, and we brought forward some names for you all to consider. So I think maybe that's the level of planning that needs to take place between now and the 28th, is have some of the conversations, know who from the county, who from the school district, who from the whatever. It could be athletic director, right? I mean, there's certainly people that come to mind that would be appropriate. But I think maybe have those conversations, and then you'll have a number of one who's going to has expressed willingness to participate. And maybe you've already had some conversation about how to flesh out what the mission, goals, objectives, if you will, of that committee would be. Because that's the other part of this that I think I hear Councilman King also talking about. Like, what's the plan?
Someone needs to have a discussion with Larry before it comes back up to us again.
You know,
Larry, Jonah, Larry,
Sitter.
Gentlemen, ladies, this isn't really a time-sensitive issue. I don't think anybody would be against this. And so I think, as you said, Councilman King, there's time to put a little more teeth, a little more meat on this, and come with something a little more concrete like the other thing was, because there isn't any doubt in my mind that council will approve the creation, but then you can refine all those issues that you would like to serve, who's appropriate to serve.
Mhm.
Yeah, no,
I agree. I agree. So we have a consensus to form the committee, and then we'll work on the membership of it as we move forward. Fair enough?
Yep.
Yes.
Fair enough?
We did have a motion in a second.
So we have a
Need to
motion, we
address
did have a motion in a
that.
second.
You made a motion.
I would like to withdraw the motion.
I withdraw the second.
Okay, done. We have a consensus, let's move forward. Thank you.
Keep it
All right.
on.
But Mayor, I do think you probably need to have a meeting
Absolutely.
with Larry.
I agree. I agree.
Because I don't see this thing happening without Larry.
No, I don't either. Just so you guys know, and I apologize for this. I got these nice, pretty things, and I got an alarm on my vehicle, and I live right down the street at 516 Vienna. And what got my attention is last night, and I know this is off the beaten path, but I just want to let y'all know this. Last night, 1 block from me they broke into vehicles, and they're on ring cameras carrying guns down the street. Now, the police department responded very quickly. So it gets your attention when it starts happening.
Did they catch him?
No.
Not last night.
Is everything
And tonight,
okay at
they
your
didn't.
house?
Huh?
Yeah, is everything okay? Is your truck
Yeah,
okay?
it's fine. They didn't get into it. But the other vehicle was under a carport like mine is, and they're pulling handles. You know, they go around doing that. So it gets your attention.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just leave it at that.
I will say that the flock cameras that y'all approved tonight does really assist with that
Yeah.
type of stuff.
So I mean, I'm not trying to ask for whatever. I'm sorry, my mind was not there on that agenda item.
Let's wrap this up then.
Okay. Thank goodness my brother-in-law and everybody's right down the road, and the police officers who spotted like that. It's awesome. All right. Discussing and possible action on development agreement policy. I will tell you that this has already been recommended actually by P&Z. We had our joint meeting, and I'm entertaining a motion to approve it.
I move to recommend approval of the development agreement policy.
A second.
All right, motion made second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in
Yes.
favor? Oh, excuse me. There is discussion. Yes, Mr. Mers.
I don't, everything in this document I support. I do not think this document goes far enough. I think there are sensible things that we could have and should have included.
Okay,
That's all.
I appreciate your comments. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Let's move on to item N. Discussion and appropriate action to direct staff to draft amendments to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to create an institutional zone and all other required actions to prepare these changes for review and adoption. This is Councilman Mers has asked this, but I just want to make a comment before, if I may. I know we talked about this. I'm not necessarily against it, but we asked P&Z probably about 8 months ago. We tasked them to look at the CZO, the subdivision ordinance, and the sign ordinance, and bring back recommendations to us. And I know they're working on those things, but it's a process. So that's all I was referring, because we've tasked them with that. So, Mr. Murs, please go on.
Yes, thank you. The comprehensive zoning ordinance currently does not have a zoning district specifically for religious, educational, and government uses. Instead, these uses are variously allowed across various residential and commercial zoning districts. Unfortunately, this limits the city in several ways. Creating an institutional zoning district for religious, educational, government, or other community uses would solve these issues. It would allow the city to, for example, permit a private school without also permitting various commercial uses. It would also allow locations of parks in future developments to be easily locked in earlier in the process by marking them with a zoning that cannot be easily turned into homes. For this reason, I propose the addition of an institutional zoning district to the CZO. Among other things, it should allow governmental, educational, religious, and community uses. Among other things, it should limit private housing or permanent commercial uses. I think that it should also be somewhat more permissive on height limits, setbacks, and parking requirements than other zoning districts to encourage people to change into this district that limits them to a small subset of potential future uses. I produced an example of draft changes just to have something to talk against. If you guys think there are things that are wrong with it, I'm more than happy to hear those. But I wanted to sort of get an idea of what I'm proposing, just so that we're not totally shooting in the dark, talking past each other. I wanted to have a concrete example. As an amendment to the CZO, this will require notices to be posted. However, I am not at this time recommending that we change any specific properties to this zone on its creation. So it would not require the 200-foot notices. I believe the attorney indicated at our previous meeting that it is likely that a newspaper notice would be all that's required, since we're not changing the zoning of any particular area. One thing that was brought up at the previous meeting, when the backup had not been included, was the possibility of handling some of these things via special use permits. And that is that's an idea, but I don't think it's a good one. And I'd like to briefly explain why. A special use permit is great when you have a use that can reuse the same building. So if you want to temporarily take a 2-story house and turn it into a law office, which is very common where I grew up, that's something that's reversible. That building could be used for a law office, and later on it could be used for a house again very easily. Something like a school or a hospital is built to a radically different standard than other uses can use. So if you permit a school to be built in a residential district by special use permit, no one's going to buy a school to live in. It's not built for that. And so, well,
not necessarily.
Look at like Castroville Elementary. No one can buy that building and use it as a house. It's built to a completely different standard, and it's not reasonable to expect people to try and use that again. So if you're handling a very different standard of building via special use permit, you're really making that property impossible to transfer.
Before I tell anyone else, I want to make a couple other comments. I would be concerned with creating this zoning for the purposes of the schools, unless you're going to collectively group schools in a particular area. I'd be concerned about spot zoning, okay, because it's potentially setting up for spot zoning for particular things. A specific use permit for a school would cover that. Also, when you referenced about the construction, I just want to let you know, in the historic center of Galveston, Galveston's not Castroville, but it's in the historic, a block from the Strand, there's an elementary school that closed down, and my son-in-law is currently converting it to a downtown motel. So there's uses for school buildings. May not be a house, but there's other uses. Uh, yes, I understand your issues. I was just concerned about creating a spot zoning environment. That's my, okay, so, Mr. Lee, do you have any questions?
You bet. I like an S, even though I like your proposal here because it opens up a lot of other possibilities. And that's why it's discussed. Of course, this only would leave us and go to P&Z, and they would have to massage it, come back with their recommendations. It may not be yours. And so I understand that. I like S because S is for a specific thing. And if that building sells, that S goes away. And they got to basically come back again. If it's the same thing, generally it's approved. Depends on what permission is given to them when they get the S. And so S does have some teeth in it in order to keep things like you would appreciate in the first place. You have quite a number of things on here that say no, because this also would include city buildings. Okay, all right. And you tell me I can't do this, this, and this. I can't have a helicopter landing pad, or maybe I've got somewhere and it's a city building, and I've got a reason. ESD, maybe they need a helipad. I mean, there's a lot of little things like that that I think need to be thought through before you do it. You have this list on page 230. You said resort-related example, resort-related uses except, and you have a no. Well, there's nothing listed beside it as to what it applies to. You just have one thing it applies to, or two, in this case, concessions and camper park, which I thought was interesting. There's a lot of camper park in these institutional zones. But anyway, there's a bunch of things like that it appears that there's no relationship necessarily between the label and what it is I'm allowing out here to decide. It says no power generation. Well, that means I can't have an emergency generator. That's power generation. I'm saying there's a lot of little things like that that I think need to be tweaked. Was this thing on page 231 to do with minimum front yard and side yard? It's not in red. Was that your recommendation, or was it in the CZO?
So that would be a new line in the table. So all of those numbers are new.
So you think we should approve something like 0 setback for a front yard and 5 feet on the side?
That is what CG, the commercial historic downtown area, currently has. So like those are the distances that apply to everything on Houston Square.
Okay.
And
so
Parish Street.
This is, yeah, if I'm going to build something new, though, I think I would prefer not to make the mistakes we've necessarily made in the past. Not mistakes. They did what they needed to do based on the situation. Okay, were mistakes. And so I think that's something P&Z needs to kind of go, okay, for a new facility, does this make sense? Or is there an opportunity to move it back a little bit and have some space and some parking or whatever else it is? Anyway, I wasn't quite sure about your comments on parking, whether understand Houston Square quite well, that businesses within X number of feet don't have to necessarily have the required parking because they can take advantage of that common space. What we want to do is not let people build something where they take advantage of a residential area to park their vehicles. And so I got some questions about the parking part, whether that will work in all cases, especially with a new facility.
And may I answer specifically what that last one was about?
Ask the mayor.
Yes.
So specifically what I'm saying there, this Article 5, off-street parking and loading, Section 2, general requirements, Part 3, special provisions for, what this does is not recuse them entirely, in my understanding, it does not recuse them entirely from having parking requirements. It simply says that they are not required to plant trees in the parking lot, that they do not have to have off-street loading requirements, and if they do not think they need them, and that they may have 10 fewer than the required number. And so it's not totally accepting them. It's saying for these particular kinds of buildings which have a demonstrable community purpose, that is not for profit, that is not private, we can be slightly more lax on our parking standards, just like we are in the 2 historic districts and at historic landmarks.
If I'm talking existing, that's one thing. If I'm talking about building something new, a whole different matter.
Okay.
try to apply the same criteria to both, I'm gonna have an issue with that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. King, did you have any comments?
I agree with Bob. This needs to go to C and Z and let them think. Except this could be, setting landmines because you restrict a property's use by having a very specific zoning deal. So, like David, for instance, let's talk about the Moy School. If for whatever reason they wanted to if this was an institutional thing, and then for some reason in the future they had to sell the property, well, it couldn't be turned into a commercial business property, which may have some value. It could only be used for institutional, and I guess they could, especially historic institutional. But I also agree with Bob. I mean, if it's a school or if it's a school with cafeterias and everything else, then you should have off-street loading, unloading, just like every school around here has. And parking is, schools have a lot of parking criteria, more so than businesses. So I think there's a lot of things that have to be thought out here. But I guess the first group to do that is the
P&Z.
P&Z and P&C, but I don't think we should direct them to do it. I think, at least in my mind, it should be kind of like the CCO is now, to look at these things and see if it makes sense to do this or not.
And come back with a recommendation.
Come back with their recommendation.
Okay, Mr. Marchman.
I think specific use permit accomplishes the same thing without the complications.
Okay, Ms. Martinez.
I agree with them. Specific use permit to cover it now, but they're doing the CZO review. Let them hash it out down there.
When was this?
Recall, council basically said when the school facility at the Moy Center was floated through here, we need to create an institutional zoning.
Yeah.
That came right out of our mouths.
I understand.
And he is now trying to fulfill that with beginning steps. And so he's only doing what you told him to, what we told him to.
I was the only one who wasn't part of that
Well,
statement.
planning and zoning still has to be a part of it, though.
Yeah. And so what this agenda
Before
item
us.
says is I created an extremely rough draft for you guys to make critiques of, say what parts you liked and what parts you didn't, so that we can make those changes and then kick it over to planning and zoning so they're not starting from scratch, because a blank page is intimidating. I'm not trying to say we should, this isn't even the right paper. We should adopt this tonight.
But
I recognize that it has to go to them.
And I got it. I understand. I'm just going by the wording of the agenda. Discussion action to direct staff to draft the amendments to the CZO to create the zoning. No, actually, it should be forwarded to the CZO for consideration. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say forwarded to.
Hang on.
It doesn't say forwarded to the planning and zoning. It says just draft. So I mean, I understand what you want to do. But yes, forward it on to P&Z with a suggestion to look at this and go from there.
So yeah, and I want to be clear that like the actual agenda, because that language did not come from me.
Okay.
The language in my agenda report was consider and take appropriate action on creating institutional zoning, and my recommended motion is to direct staff to draft amendments to the CZO to create an institutional zone and begin the necessary series of notices and hearings so that the Planning and Zoning Commission can make a recommendation on it.
Make a motion.
So you're really looking for them to say, how would we institute institutional zoning? Would it be a whole new line? Would it be through S? Would it be through whatever? You want them to kind of look through all that.
Yes, I want to send them something that isn't just a blank page for them to work off of and start getting the ball rolling on this particular item.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
So the motion would be make a motion to send the institutional zoning P&D for definition and clarity.
For consideration.
Consideration.
And recommendation.
Consideration and recommendation.
Second, anybody?
I'll second that.
Motion made and second to forward this issue to create an institutional zoning, forward it to the P&Z for consideration and recommendation back to City Council. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carries. Okay. And we go to item O. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Discussion and appropriate action to direct staff to draft changes to the council's policies and ordinance regarding deadlines for submission of agenda items. Well, there's a couple items here. Number one is, a couple meetings ago, I asked that Deborah, we're behind the curve on our posting. Our ordinance says 3 days. We're trying to correct it to 4. We have a draft ordinance for that. But in the meantime, there's also some issues in there that Councilman Mers has brought up as far as agenda requests and things like that, and when they can be in timeframes. And I think I've talked a little bit with Deborah, and of course, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but 5 days is not enough, because even the 4 days was not enough, because an agenda requested item has to be then in order for people to make informed decisions on how to proceed. And I'm going to reference something from the September 13th, 2022 City Council meeting. Okay, when the current agenda forms were drafted, and this Mr. Mayor Schroeder briefed the City Council on what he was wanting to accomplish when he sent out the revised agenda forms. Mayor Schroeder wanted to identify the subject, have background, funding source, well, we can work on that, and priority status of the item from the council member. Mayor Schroeder said he had pushed out some items that were requested to be on the agenda when reviewing the agendas with the city administrator, but would like to discuss the item with the council member to have a better understanding of the placement on a current or future agenda. City Administrator Dixon clarified the mayor was setting up the process to see what or if the item was urgent and possibly the impact on the city, and request the council look at the proposed form. Councilman Dyer said the city council, being an elected official, had the privilege to place items on the agenda, with the mayor reviewing and putting the request on the first or second meeting. Mr. Dyer said the revised form would help, but he did not feel he should have to go through the budget. That's the funding source. Should come from on items submitted. Okay? Councilman King said most items are subject for council to discuss at some point, and if the item is urgent, he would stress that, notify staff. He did not want to tax city staff anymore. City Administrator Dixon said that what the pending agenda list was used for, and council had access to the document to see what could be happening. I'm only making a comment as the mayor. If you take away the requirement for a majority to overturn the mayor, you're undermining the authority of the mayor. That's my opinion, and that's why I say the ordinance is written in such a way that the mayor has a prerogative on an agenda. The mayor needs to be able to working with the administrator to choose what is urgent enough to get on the agenda. I haven't denied anybody a thing on the agenda. Matter of fact, there's an item that was on the draft agenda from Mr. Mers that didn't make the final cut, and I'm assuming that was because Mr. Mers wasn't ready to do that, because I didn't say no.
That's correct. That's correct.
It was
I
by someone else.
specifically requested to have that item.
What my proposal is, if we're going to do an agenda, I believe this agenda with all supported, this is my proposal, that agenda requests submitted by council members must be submitted by close of business 7 days before the meeting date. Agenda requests must be accompanied by the agenda report, including the agenda the item is requested to be on, and all supporting information. The mayor, in consultation with the city administrator, may delay the placement of an agenda item as requested and placed it on a future meeting agenda. City council member requesting the agenda item be notified by the mayor if the requested agenda item is moved to a future meeting. A majority quorum of the city council present at the next meeting can require a requested item to be placed on the next agenda. That's my proposal. Now, I don't know if that's enough time for you, but I'm saying all the materials and support and agenda on 7 days, because we have to post 4 business days ahead. So that gives a time for staff to review it and say if it's something that warrants the next city council agenda. That's my opinion.
So tonight, that would have been last Tuesday, the 7th.
Yes.
Had everything submitted to me by Tuesday the 7th. We could decide whether it's on the agenda or not.
And then you make a decision based on consultation.
Also have time to review for completeness.
That's correct.
I agree with
That's my suggestion.
And I want to back that up, saying that also my staff's going to love this, but I think that's part of the concern of having things come back at the next council meeting. Because just meeting that deadline, like if we had
they're tough
stuff we talked about and said, hey, we want this for the next meeting, but we also want to make sure it's reviewed for accuracy and it's complete and there's no mistakes. Really, that makes the job, I believe, impossible.
Well, it has caused problems not only during the past year, but in the past several years, that things come before city council that are not ready. I'm not saying everything's not ready, but there are a lot of things that are not ready. And or based on the length of the agenda, you try to manage the time frame. So it's not that you're trying to deny anybody anything, it's trying to manage the resource. That's my comment.
So if you're looking for a staff opinion, I really truly like that suggestion.
Any discussions?
So this was an item I put on the
Yes,
agenda,
sir.
if I could
Yes,
say
sir.
my piece.
Yes, sir.
So, yeah. The agenda submission process, in my opinion, currently suffers from 2 frustrations that result from a misalignment between our ordinances and state law. First, our ordinances currently state that the deadline for agenda item submission by council members is 5 p.m. on the 4th business day before a council meeting. Due to recent legislative changes, that is now the point at which the agenda must be posted. I recommend changing this deadline. Here I said to the 5th business day, but in my recommended motion I had a blank. I'm open to 7 days ahead of time, as the mayor has recommended. 5 business days before a meeting is also exactly 1 week before, except in the case of holidays. So I'm not sure if that's what you were trying to say is 1 week before, or if you were trying to say 5 business days or 7 business days.
Yeah, I'm saying the business days because of the meeting on a Tuesday. Basically, by close of business Monday, it needs to be there. So that's the 7th day.
Okay.
By close of business on the Monday.
Thank you for clarifying.
By the close of business the Monday before a Tuesday agenda. So that way, because the posting's on Wednesday.
Not 7 business days, it's 7 days.
It's 7 days.
Thank you for clarifying. May I continue?
Yes.
My thing?
Business days now or
Okay.
No, days. There was
Days, just days.
So I recommend changing that deadline to be earlier. Second, our ordinances currently state that a mayor can choose to push any agenda item submitted to a later agenda, even if it was submitted on time and with appropriate backup. Our ordinance currently states that a majority of council can override and place it on the next agenda. However, it is difficult to legally accomplish that majority because we need an agenda item to speak to discuss and take action on things. And to try and accomplish that majority outside of a council meeting obviously runs into the Open Meetings Act and walking quorums. There are ways to do it, but it's not straightforward. It's not easy. It takes the involvement of staff, and that takes a lot of time. So I believe that this section needs 2 changes. First, I think that a mayor should have to specify what is lacking in the item that was submitted before he moves it to the next agenda. And I think that notice should have to be given within, say, the 1st business day after the deadline. And then the council member should have 1 day to meet whatever deficit is present. And then also, I think that we should only require a majority -1 of council to agree to put an item on the agenda, in order to more easily streamline the process of getting stuff on the agenda. Well, right now it's 2, but council might be a different size in the future.
Not by, well, state law.
Right, but
Sure.
just finished.
So,
I would like to change the deadline to be earlier to make it easier on the mayor and city staff. I would like to state that if he's going to not put it on the agenda it was submitted for, it should require notice to the council member who should have 24 hours to correct any deficiencies. And I think only 2 council members should be required to override and put it on the agenda anyway.
I understand your point. I just want to reiterate the fact that, yes, I have paused things that you've asked for. Yes, I've paused things that Councilman Lee has asked for, but y'all have both pled your cases and we've reversed that and we've put things on or the following agenda. So I'm not saying I have said absolutely not. It's a timing issue based on consultation with the city administrator, based on the length of the agenda. So, and I'll still continue that.
Respectfully, I intentionally did not bring up any items I may or may not have requested to be on an agenda.
Okay.
I'm speaking purely in the abstract because in 1 month, I'm not going to be here, but there's going to be 5 other council members who may be trying to get stuff on agenda. And 2 years after that, there's going to be 5 other council members who are going to be trying to get stuff on agenda. And
okay. Got it.
I just think the process doesn't work well as it is.
David, respectfully disagree with you on this one because, for instance, where it says item 12, discussion on future agenda items, that was put in there by Mayor Castroville because of issues with the mayor before you.
Yes.
Where things get on the agenda. But this way, if you thought it should have been on the agenda and you want to make sure it's going to be on the next agenda, that's where you make your case and you get a majority of council agrees to it.
Right.
I'd like to make a motion that the next agenda, if you feel that it's something that warrants that one. I do know what it's like trying to run a traffic cop and figuring out which all of these agenda items. So I think we have to give some leeway to the mayor to be able to be that traffic cop. But a lot of times, they'll call me and say, hey, listen, this, can you push it back 1 week? I mean, one meeting because really, because we got a lot of stuff going on. So in other words, I don't have a problem going on with what it is now. We put the agenda items in. If they turn us down, we always have the ability to get it into that next one if we feel. But also, you can make your case and say, listen, this is really important. Open meeting or an emergency thing, you can talk about something up without proper notice, correct?
Emergency is narrowly defined.
Narrowly defined.
You
It
have
is
to post
a
it.
real emergency.
Right.
It's not just.
Sirens are going off.
Right, but it's,
Hurricane coming.
yeah.
But you
So
still
it's-
post it.
Yeah, you still.
You
You
still
still have
post
to
it.
post it, but
Right.
do we need to
You
say
can do it
something
within 2
in whatever
hours.
this policy is? Also, the second question is, I thought we talked about this like 6 months ago, that we were going to make changes to the policy based on the change of state law.
And Deborah has a separate.
I have an ordinance.
She has an
ready,
ordinance for that.
Okay.
and it's on the next agenda, but if you chose to
Try to
change
do it all at
something
once.
here, it is
Yeah,
under
it could
chapter
supersede
2, no, it's chapter 2.
Yeah, I like the 5
So we'll have one-
days and so those things that both David and Bruce.
Do what you want to do.
Well, the reason I chose the extra days is to be able to have time to review, respond, consult, do a draft agenda. Because Scott, you know this, Deborah, you know, we're working on a draft agenda on Monday,
Well,
or sometimes even earlier than
try to
that.
start. Yeah, honestly,
And-
I start adding stuff tonight
Right,
or tomorrow.
right. We're already, because right away, right after this, send me a draft and we start working on it.
And unfortunately, by Wednesday night, when I have to post it, we're still changing it, and that's an issue.
Right, and it makes it
a horrible
tough.
issue.
It makes it tougher, especially for Deborah. Yes,
Yeah, there's only 3 of us up here that have been in that position that you're in now. And I've done a couple of 100 meetings that I had to do an agenda. And you've done some, and so has Ms. Martinez. I never had an issue with this, and you have bent over backwards to get the items that I was requesting in the agenda to be on the agenda. And so I do know from listening to Herb Dyer after numerous years that his issue was he never could get his items on the agenda. I mean, if he said that once, he said it 50 times. And that was his frustration. I've got all these things I want to do, but there's always some reason that I can't get them on the agenda. And I think that's the only fear that a council member would have. They've got something they believe is important. And, you know, like we said before, they're the ones that vote.
Right. Well,
they just want it to be, and if you say, I'll do it at some future time, you don't know when the hell that is. It could be forever.
And I respect that. And that's where Councilman King at the next meeting, you literally, and with all due respect to Herb Dyer, you force it on the agenda.
Well, I told him that many times,
Well,
but it never worked.
Okay. Not that there's a problem here.
I think it's working out. If you don't get it, if this meeting gets too many items on the background, take it to the
Hang on a
next.
second. Mr. Marchman, did you have anything? Oh, Ms. Martinez, did you have anything you want to say? Okay.
Well, I just wanted to clarify because I did include a redlined copy of Chapter 2 in the packet, that it doesn't say that the mayor can reject one because the agenda is too long. It says that if the mayor, any item that has been properly and timely submitted by a council member, as described above, shall be placed on the agenda of the council meeting. If the mayor, in his discretion, finds that there is insufficient background information submitted to adequately address the issue, he will so notify the council member and delay placement on the agenda until sufficient information is provided.
And I realize
It doesn't give a mayor the ability to do that because the agenda is too long, which is why I recommended including text in here that there's a certain time limit to explain what that deficiency is and to give room for improvement.
So that's already the existing policy. So we don't have to make a motion to change an existing policy related to what you just read.
Well, I think that we should add that the notify the council member should have to include what the deficiency of background is.
Didn't it just say that?
No, I read it. It's in red because I edited the thing and put the edited redlined copy in here.
So it said that the mayor can't, he can only submit it.
It says the mayor can only delay it because it contains insufficient background information to adequately address the issue. It doesn't say
That
you
is
can do it
correct.
because the meeting
That's
is
a
too long.
broad stroke discretion of the mayor. It's a broad stroke discretion.
And I'm just saying that if you're invoking that it has insufficient background, that deficiency should have to be communicated.
I think
to
it
the council
references
member
that, doesn't it? If you read the next line,
It just says he will so notify the council member and delay placement.
that's correct. So you're notifying them. So you're letting them know why you're not doing it.
See, I would expand that also, Lou, to say that he has to have discretion to adjust agenda items to fit timely meetings. I think that needs to be added. So he can also, not just because there's something missing, but I think if it's an opinion, if we have 100 agenda items, can we push some of these to the following meeting?
But that creates the exact problem that Herb Dyer and you and several other people had several mayors ago, and that Herb Dyer continued to have with the previous mayor.
You always get to bring it up at the following meeting.
under a future agenda.
It doesn't actually say that.
Future agenda items.
Deborah, excuse me, I'm sorry. The number of days for submission. Think about that, because if you do an agenda on,
We have to do it on Wednesday.
okay.
I would be open.
And you have to back it up by business days, because if Friday's a holiday, it doesn't count. You have to
Exactly.
post on Tuesday.
Exactly.
So you have to back it up by business days, not by calendar days.
Right.
If there's a holiday on Monday,
Right.
you got to post
You're
on
right.
Tuesday. If
Business days is the right term.
got it? So like on a Thanksgiving week, hypothetically, you'd have to go all the way back into the next.
So 5 business days is probably what you want to say.
Is what I'm trying to get prior to the, well, you have to post.
Originally said 7.
I know I did. And I'm saying this because you have to post 4 days before.
Is that so true?
5 days is not enough for the information.
It's at least
5 days is not enough. So what I was saying is it has to be in by close of business 7 business days before the meeting.
So it is business day.
By close of business. So if there's a meeting on Tuesday, close of business is Monday. So it has to be in by 5 p.m. Monday to be able to to be on the agenda for the following Tuesday.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you can make that confusion as you
That's not
want.
7 business days.
No.
What you just spelled out was 7 days. That's where we got confused before.
No, I did. I
It'd be
did.
Friday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
next
Monday,
meeting's
Tuesday.
business
That's
Friday.
6 days.
Yep.
And the seventh day would be 5 p.m., 7 days prior,
Prior to posting is what you're saying?
It would.
prior to the meeting.
Well, prior to posting is gonna have to be.
2 days prior to the meeting. Posted.
No,
It's like a math problem.
We can bring the whiteboard back in.
That's right.
That would be 7 business days.
That's right.
2 business days prior to the posting. Same thing. That's 6 days before the meeting. Because you have to post it 4 days before the meeting.
that doesn't help us.
Why?
You gotta give me the numbers what you need.
Well, I'm just saying, I must have missed all this in the middle of this discussion.
Okay.
Because if you're handing me your information 2 days before I post, that does not give us time to review. Because I'm posting the agenda on that Wednesday.
Pick the date.
Well, that's what.
Pick the
correct?
amount of
Is
days.
that not correct?
3 days before posting?
Is
Because-
it 3 days or is it 3
Business
days?
Well-
I think it's
3
business
business
days.
Shall I
days
fetch the
before posting.
whiteboard?
And I think that
I can.
before posting,
Right there.
Mayor, maybe a good kind of compromise in the language because the state may change, as we've already seen, the posting requirements. So if we don't try to count the days, we just say 3 days prior to the 3 business days prior. I
At
think
least.
that'll work.
I'm not trying to cause a heartburn. We're trying to
I'm just trying to figure out
change
how
some
quickly.
processes.
Yeah.
Because if you
But-
put it too short, we don't have time to review
Right.
the information because I need all the information personally before we post or the day I post because I get stuck here Friday night trying to get all the.
Well, see, I'm
Or
going to
get-
fall into this too
Yeah.
because I've just read something what Mayor Schroeder, I liked what he said. It says, with the agenda submission, you have to provide all the backup or it's incomplete. It's
Normally.
done. So you have to provide all the backup when you submit the request for the agenda. It's not put the agenda request on Monday and don't give the information till Friday. All your information has to come with that request. That's what Mayor Schroeder was trying to express to the council
That would
members.
be very, very, very helpful to everyone involved.
That would resolve a lot of the review if you had it all up front and didn't wait 4 days later for it. And I'm guilty of that too.
Well, I kind of, sometimes I'm waiting on an
I can point
engineering
fingers at
report or
everybody.
something.
Okay.
Can we move on?
Sure we
Okay.
can.
Mayor,
Come on.
Yes.
that means in this particular thing for the next meeting, you have 2 days after you've given the idea that you have an agenda item for the next meeting,
Exactly.
because you got to turn in this Friday.
That's right.
And what if you got,
That's
what if you got something that staff's got to do?
That's right. No,
Okay,
you're right.
and then you
But I think
basically-
that's not a bad thing.
Then you don't, you can't get there from here.
That's why sometimes.
I'm in agreement that I like what it is we're trying to get to. I'm wondering if the days are, why don't we go see the state about changing that thing?
I'm just making sure, we have to post 4 days ahead. I'm trying to help staff.
He's not wrong.
have it ahead.
I think that's the whole problem. Is I agree. Yeah, that means that if you're trying to get something on the very next agenda, you're probably not going to be able to.
It's going to push.
Realistically, it's going to
Anytime you
push,
have 2
and it probably
meetings in a
should,
month.
because we have rushed a lot of things, and it's come out.
I'm just making a suggestion. That timing, I'm looking at you because of what you need, you guys.
I like the 4 business days.
Well,
Well,
no.
are you sure?
4 business days before posting.
Or
Yeah, because that would be Friday. That would be this
Okay.
Friday. We'd have to have it this Friday.
I think you have Monday, Tuesday to actually work on it without getting.
Right. I mean, that would honestly give me Friday and Monday for us to look at it and see if it's complete.
I'm okay with whatever you guys need for staff to make it
More
work.
than that, it's kind of, I mean, hell,
For business
give me as much
days,
time
is
as
what
you
we
can.
decided?
That's what I think.
Okay.
Help me here, guys.
Me.
4 days before posting.
Okay,
4 business days.
For business.
look for,
Or business days before posting.
look for a motion.
I make a motion that we change the city ordinance to say that agenda items need to be submitted complete with
Oh, the-
backup 4 business days before the required posting date.
And also to change our posting to meet state requirements.
Well, we've already done that.
I don't think.
I know, but you have the ordinance on that, right? You're gonna do it
But
all
it's
one
not
time.
in this.
Okay, I'm
I
sorry.
mean, we've
Yeah,
already
we're good.
approved.
We got a second?
I'll second that.
Got a motion, a second, discussions.
I don't think if we want 7 days before the meeting, that's 3 days before posting.
I want 4 business days before posting.
That's Thursday.
Okay.
It posts on Wednesday.
Would be, yes, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, to where we would have
You
time.
post
to
on
review.
Wednesday.
So you're saying agenda items have to be in by close of business on this Thursday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Day after tomorrow.
That's what
Not
staff,
Friday.
that's what
We were all-
staff is asking.
We were all happy with Friday 2 seconds ago.
Well, I'm happy with what she's saying.
What
she
staff-
needs.
I like
Thursday even better.
Personally, I think 3 days isn't enough, knowing that what she has to do to put together.
Oh, gosh.
Anybody would have to do to put these
Yeah,
agendas together.
and she's scrambling at the
That just
last
means we're gonna
minute
have
to
to be
try
a
to
lot
beat
more
time.
thoughtful. about
Okay,
what we do.
call to question.
All right, we have a motion and a second to agenda submissions with all supporting information before business days, before posting an agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Same sign, motion carries.
Have
There
fun
you
with
go.
that.
There's your change. City Administrator report.
All right, I have bad news, guys. We have 3 items in the report there. I'm gonna go over some items very quickly, and then there's 3 items that were originally gonna be on the agenda, but got moved to the report for action. So it depends how quickly you wanna move through. But just high level, update on Geneva, updates since the report was created, actually. Geneva Channel, that got hydro seeded. I think in my report it said it was going to. It's already been done. We're expecting Fleximat as soon as it's dry enough to get it delivered and installed. So hopefully that project will be done very soon. The BMA trail access, I expect that to be potentially ready on April 28th, but just given that means I got everything ready this week to get it ready for the agenda. Streets maintenance and paving plan, that generally consists of $200,000 to keep our street level. And this would be mainly the streets that don't look like they have a problem, but preserving them. So we're talking about Westheim, actually portions of Alsatian Oaks that already need some treatment to try and preserve those. That's where we're recommending spending about $200,000. And then $400,000 to improve downtown streets. I'll have a full-fledged plan for you at the April 28th meeting, depending on the outcome of the agenda item that's in my report later. Wastewater treatment plant ponds. Did you want to? I tried to summarize our discussion out there, Mayor. Was I on target?
Just real quick, the wastewater treatment plant ponds met out there, talked with Mr. Persine, engineer, and Councilman King and Mr. Dixon and several of the staff members. And my thought was, why are we filling them full? Why can't we level them where they're at, turn them into like basically detention ponds? And as Councilman King said, we'll shave down the dams, basically get it done relatively quicker instead of having to fill them all up into the sheet flow, kind of match the elevations that are out there. Turn it into a natural area, like somebody that pulled ground up to build the sewer plant up in there. Still works it out, but it's we'll get it done in a more timely manner. Should meet requirements. We have to go through TCQ for that, but it's just a proposal. And and Mr. Persine was going to go ahead and crunch some numbers and give us back some ideas on what to do that. Yes, it would increase some outfall lines and some things like that. It's just a thought, just a suggestion. And then we could turn around and with some modifications in the carousel, possibly put the pump back up on there where the aerators were and turn that into a holder for storage of treated water for irrigation in the park. Move on. Have a nice day. I know I got a simple guy, but I'm just thinking of as in a different way.
And I think
and I'm just making a suggestion.
It was well received by the group. I just want to be realistic about what some of the costs may be involved.
Right.
So we should be able to move along. As soon as we're at a point where we can close, we'll apply to TCQ to close them. But it's still, we will probably have to do something with that road, lower it.
Right.
We're going to have to put in a culvert That's the part that Phil King and Mayor Alexander represented the council well. They said, we want this done cheap. We want it done quickly. And we want it done well. I mean, the three things you're not supposed to have all of, right? And Michael kept kind of pushing back and saying, look, this isn't going to be cheap because the culvert's going to cost some money, the lowering of doing some of the other aspects of it. So I'm waiting to see what numbers it's going to bring me.
I will say this.
Yeah.
I'm not an engineer. Okay. So I'm not here to argue with the engineer, but I'm just offering a other potential solution. We're on the same page. Whatever we can get done as most economically as possible.
Right.
Yeah, actually, I think you and I are
We're together.
agreement on this.
Yeah.
And the reason is for people, the road to the sewage treatment plant
Yeah.
has to remain open through the 100-year storm.
Oh yeah.
And so therefore, to be able to get traffic up to the sewage treatment plant in a 100-year storm, you have to have a culvert that goes under the road versus the water going over the top of it.
Right.
And that's where the biggest expense is.
Right.
So
But Mike knows, as you said, he knows, keep it cheap, keep it simple.
we're looking at
We'll see.
We're looking at it. So I just want to let
We
everybody
can
know.
deliver. Yes.
So I apologize, but reading this item, it was not entirely clear to me what's being suggested. Are we
Instead of filling the
taking
ponds all
down
over,
the walls?
instead of filling the ponds, basically the small one that they've got fill in there,
The east side.
kind of east pond, kind of level it out, turn it into that, fix the drainage across the road, move on. The other pond, drain it out, basically level it. It turns into a low level area, and then shave your pond, your dams down.
It would create detention on the backsides of both of those areas, whereas the west pond was going to be completely gone away, and the hillside, we aren't going to do that. We'll push in portion of the hillside to get the amount of cover we need just to close it, because you can have a certain amount of depth, and then it would allow for detention in a rain event. So you would have a wet area. If we had a really wet season, you'd have a little pond there that would only be the depth that's allowable, 6 feet. But anyway, I thought
It's just a drainage structure. You know what?
I know what a detention
Okay,
pond
that's
is.
all they
I'm
are.
very
Turn
fond
them
of the
into
idea.
turn them into that.
But so we're going to fill a little bit.
We don't
Bring
necessarily
the wall down a little bit until there's only 6 feet of water.
That's
correct.
I was under the
Potential
impression from past discussions with Mr. Connor that the top of the water had to be no more than 6 feet above the original grade.
No.
You can't hold
The
back.
definition of a dam
Yeah.
is it's holding back more than 6 feet of water.
So it doesn't.
Has nothing
You
to
can
do with
have
the original
only 6
grade.
feet of water, 15 feet above the original grade, as long as there's only 5
That's
feet.
correct. That's correct.
Okay.
And it's just turning them into detention ponds. So-
Okay. No, I like that idea. I just.
Okay.
I
Still not
was.
going to be super quick, but it'll be quicker than it would have been.
Okay.
All right. The other item, so we nailed that. April 22nd, this is multimodal planning. April 22nd, there'll be a public engagement event. This will probably be not at Magnolia, but at September Square. Perfect. So that plan is out there. We had a TxDOT meeting about it this morning. I got some great feedback from TxDOT, but it's out and posted, and we're seeking public comments. So let everybody know. Community center's on track. If you haven't been by, it looks great. And then the other thing I was mentioning is a biggie, Highway 90 TxDOT construction project. It's in my report. I gave you a swag of between 1.2 and 1.5 million dollars. Unfortunately, we don't just have one conflict. We have conflicts with all of our utilities with the planned area of improvement that TxDOT's doing. That's not good news. And we're just ballparking what it's going to cost to move those utilities. And our best guess right now is somewhere between 1.2 and 1.5 million. This wasn't budgeted. It's going to have to come from somewhere. We have had some discussion about the monies that are available. So the good news is you do have monies available in almost every fund. Gas doesn't really have any kind of a surplus, but all the others do. So we'll talk more about that, and we'll definitely continue to keep you posted. But this is one of those unfunded mandates.
Didn't we save quite a sum of money with the mayor's interaction with the head of CPS?
Not really. That's money we owe.
We didn't have that
know.
It's like when your mom goes to the store.
I recall we had
It's
set
just-
aside hundreds of thousands of dollars of what we might potentially have to pay, as I recall.
Yeah, but we weren't. Yeah, but we weren't going to pay it anyway. We were disputing that we had to pay
But
it at all.
we did set it aside.
Oh, not really. I mean, like
we
we have a fund balance. We weren't paying ourselves as we went along.
We get to utilities.
We just had money.
We didn't budget.
Is there anything we can do when that work is done on the highway that would benefit us in the future?
Yeah, stay out of the TxDOT right of way.
Well,
get your own easements.
Let's just tell them to go somewhere else.
That's
I mean,
what
if
we
there's
have to
anything
do.
that would benefit us in the future, since you're going to open ditches anyway, maybe we ought to think about trying to do it. Maybe there isn't. Maybe there is.
I generally, my advice to you is to stay the hell away from a TxDOT project and not try to do your own thing, because that just complicates and makes more expensive the whole process. But our best, really and truly, our best thing is we need to make sure that we're obtaining easements as we do this work, and that we, to the extent possible, avoid being in any TxDOT right of ways. Now, some of that won't be possible because we have lines going under 90. It's in the right of way. It's under 90.
You have a lot of them.
Yeah, we're not going to make that go away. But all right. So we have 3 action items, guys, and it's very, very late, and I'm really, really sorry. Coordinated infrastructure plan and process for this. Jeff Tondre's been sitting back there so patiently, along with Ricky and Jeanette and John. And I'm going to summarize it, but I don't want to steal their thunder. But essentially, one of the things that we're going to look for from you, the kind of the action item piece of this is, do you agree with our approach? And there's kind of 2 approaches, two ways to think about it. But do you agree with our approach that when we're looking at our streets in the downtown areas, we've got this really old infrastructure. Should we be looking holistically at all the stuff that's under it and not making improvements to the surface until we have money and plans to fix the water, the sewer, the gas, and then fix the street as part of that process? That's what we're kind of presenting to you and showing you. These are the conflicted areas with old sewer, old gas lines, et cetera, that need replacement. The counter argument to that is, well, hell, it's a chip seal road. It's not that expensive to put down. Yes, you might spend $100,000 fixing 8 blocks or wherever it is, and then come and tear those 8 blocks up, putting in a new water line in 2 or 3 years when you can afford it, or 10. And you're going to have to replace what you put down. But it wasn't that expensive to begin with because it's only single course, 2 course chip seal. But that said, that was high level. I would like to give Jeff and John the opportunity to speak through what was put together. I do have the ability to put it up on the screen if y'all want me to. But it's also in their packets. And what I'm referring to is in my report.
5 minutes.
I would appreciate if I could get on the screen just so I don't have to try and keep track of which is which. But you can.
Jeff Tondre with Respect Engineering, and yes, I'll keep this very quick given the lateness of the night. But pretty much, I guess, as I go in through the report, the CIP plan certainly identified some budget items. But as you look at those budget items, certain money has to be spent in certain pots and certain items. It can't be spent just across the board. So I wanted to present those to you. As we actually get in there, certainly there's going to be a discussion on improving some of the early streets here. But as we look at the Good Roads plan, it did not have a real good defined discussion on which roads to prioritize. So I did throw in some of these downtown old Castroville streets near the school, near the square, making some suggestions on priorities of those. Certainly those are open for discussion and probably a discussion for another night. City staff identified certain water mains here in the old downtown that are old AC lines. I know y'all have discussed those before. Those are the priority lines. I believe there is about 21,000 feet of old AC water lines in this downtown area. The city has identified certain ones of those that leak more often than others, and those are the priorities. And so I have a map showing those priorities, different color there on the water lines, showing the rest of the AC lines. Certainly one of those AC lines caused a little problem, not necessarily from age, but for other reasons last week. But the priority is to move those AC water lines. Sewer lines are 1969 sewer lines. They're over 50 years old. the recommendation is to go in there and slip line and begin that repair. Other projects there for water is the continuation of the water plant there in Flat Creek, and then improvement of the lift station, the main lift station and rebuild the main lift station in the regional park. Drainage, I did skip over drainage, but there is a master plan by K. Freeze from 2023 recommending the priority projects. Those projects are presented in there, and certainly then the cleaning out of the drainage channels.
So are you proposing, John, and I understand, y'all proposing as you choose a road for reconstruction, I can understand redoing everything. But if you just choosing a road to do a chip seal, you understand where I'm going here?
Yeah, no,
different levels of work. So
most of the water lines are going to be adjacent to and not in the pavement.
Right.
So certainly there's going to be some damage to that pavement that you're doing during construction, but I would not say that where we're prioritizing doing those water lines, I would wait on doing the street repairs on those. When we don't have a water line project as a priority, I would say go ahead and proceed with it.
One thing we used to do also, and of course you don't have as many of this anymore, but you still have some areas of empty lots. Whenever we reconstructed a road, we put taps into every lot. We put sewer taps, gas lines across the road, water lines across the road. We put them already there to the empty lots and buried them, marked them on as-built and buried them. That way, somebody's still got to pay the service fee, but it's already, we don't have to dig up the road.
You missed one on Florence Street.
We missed a lot of them. Okay.
I mean,
missed a lot of them, but I'm just referencing that, and I got it. It's, but I'm just trying to weigh the difference, and there's a lot of stuff to be done.
Mm-hmm.
The sewer lines, for example.
The sewer lines, I intend
go
that.
right out here in this road. It's 50, and it's still settling. The ditches are still. I mean, you can point to them. You can walk right to where the services are because it's still uncaved in the road.
Yeah, I think the recommendation, like on the sewer, certainly it's still settling after all this time.
Yes.
But I wouldn't dig them up. I would do them trenchless.
Well, that man's grandfather put the sewer system in. Right, Mike? Mr. Gillum put the whole system in. 69. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think it's a great plan to take care of the utilities. If we're going to invest the time and effort into reconstructing roads, we need to take care of the utilities too. Otherwise, we're back there again. There's nothing worse than doing a road and then all of a sudden people want a new house and you're tearing it right back up. We're in some respect, no offense, because I was part of that. Sometimes we're our worst enemy on the streets.
I'd like to say there's very few vacant lots.
Right.
Compared to what there were 20 years ago.
Okay, just throw it out comments.
Well, to address the settling of the sewer ditches, I don't think the technologies that they had back then.
No.
They have a better possibility of doing that.
I am not criticizing Dave at all because if nothing else, it shows us where the sewer lines are. If nothing else, it's a great locator. Just look for the.
That's why they did it. They did it away on purpose.
There you go.
PCI stands for?
Pavement something index. Pavement condition index. Houston. Pavement condition index.
So I had a question about the streets one here. If we go up to, is Hans Street a city road?
Yes.
What'd you say?
I said, I think they've debated.
It is. It's a
debated it
cul-de-sac.
over years, but it is.
Because so most of that is dirt.
Yep.
It's dirt with some gravel mixed in.
Yep.
And in particular, I was out there speaking with the property owners on Hans Street the other day, and the entrance from 90 onto Hans Street
It has a bump
is,
over.
well,
for
it's
drainage.
it's so
Yep.
steep that the trash trucks are actually scraping pavement off every time they go down to get the trash.
Okay.
The waste management trucks had a higher clearance or something.
It's right next to the
So
Riverside
it's
Mobile
on
Home Park.
471
the one
North.
next
It's
to
the
it.
one that's labeled that's coming in.
Just past
Got like
Alvina.
four or five houses on it, I think.
Yeah. The entrance to that from 90 is getting scraped away twice a week when the trash truck comes. And most of it is dirt with gravel mixed in. So that is something that potentially would be a really low effort thing to get out there and fill in those there are trenches on that road just from tires, and anything to sort of stabilize that for 5 to 10 years would be an immense quality of life improvement for those people.
I understand. That
Because it's not marked at all, but
where
it's
that
probably the
where
worst
that
street
road
in town.
comes in, 471. It has a rise on it right if you turn on it was designed to keep the drainage in 471 and not come short circuit and come down that road.
I want you to know
you're
all
right.
the roads were.
They dip over.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, that's my fault. All the roads have a PCI. You'll see some of them are not marked. There is a PCI index. The ones that are marked are simply because this was a planning exercise. We were going through, okay, if we did, which roads we would do, et cetera, and what are the conflicts, et cetera, that kind of stuff. But there is a PCI index for all of these roads. And yeah, you're right. Hans is probably whatever that color would be, purple, which is the lowest. So at the top color and going down, that's the worst condition to the best. Green is good, purple is bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
River Bluff is all purple.
Right. Well, it's actually not.
Yeah, River Bluff is all purple.
Okay. Thank you. So what out of this we come with a plan of action, right? The next step.
Yeah. Could you please clarify what exactly the direction you want from council is?
To proceed and come back with the green light to it.
Well, confirm what this is fine means. Like,
Well, if we're going to use the streets that we're showing on your packet, which
So is it?
yeah, you're looking. Is it? Can you see what it's up there? Yeah. So which streets? What are you looking for?
What do you have targeted for right now this year?
Can we go down, up this way? This one? You want this one?
This.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the one that we're going to target.
And
we're asking which utilities that we'll target utilities first.
Okay, you don't have enough money.
This is a multi-year plan that we have up
Narrow
here.
it down.
So certainly where we're doing water lines, we would defer those till after the water lines would be done. But
What can we? My question is, as a city council, what can we expect? What can the public expect that we're going to do in street work this year?
We're going to do the West Time like you mentioned earlier.
Well, so this was what I was going to bring back on the 28th, but yeah, West Time.
Okay, bring it back on the 28th.
So I apologize.
That's
And I
okay.
have a whole presentation with good roads that we want to show you.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm asking? I just want to know what. I got it.
So there's
plan.
kind of
I got it. But what are we doing right now?
Right, and there's two aspects of this. There's the $600,000 approach,
Yep.
which we'll go into. That's going to be mostly when we look at these roads. I just want to be real, as clear as I can. That's going to be mostly the yellow, green, and maybe some tan, right? Because we're going to be saving the highest pavement condition index roads. Okay. The red, the purple, and tan. Those are your roads that have to be reconstructed anyway. Those also, as you compare these, like for instance, you see red and tan on San Jacinto, and then you go to the water area and you say, oh, look, that's a high priority San Jacinto project. When you look over here at the table, high priority water, that's the type of project that will need to be reconstructed anyway. The road does, according to PCI, and it has a water conflict. So that's the type of thing we're going to look to see if we can get from a CIP standpoint for utilities. We're going to try to put that together. Right. Okay.
Okay.
If we beat the horse.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I live too.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I just like to see something done like that, got school bus traffic, everything going up and down, everything goes down on the river road, goes through there.
You're talking about, Mike, we don't have any AC lines.
Yes, sir, you do. I watched them put it in, so I know that one has an AC line.
On that, and then it's purple. It's purple. So yeah.
I didn't even need to see the purple, I know that one has an AC line.
Yeah.
It's a 6-inch AC line.
Engineering that it would be good to replace that line, so it's a high traffic road, not in that great a shape. We have drainage issues there at Parish Street, right in that area, so I mean, we can address.
And it's red.
Well, you can see, so there it is on the, kind of correlating with San Jacinto and Mexico. They're both kind of the same thing, red.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see Houston Street's pretty bad too.
Mm-hmm.
So
The only problem is if you fix up Mexico Street, it's going to increase the speed of the traffic by at least 15. Yeah.
Okay.
not with
Okay.
all the not with
Next.
all the stop signs. So
Thank
next
you.
item was a gas analysis.
Okay.
This is I think a fairly quick one. Y'all had asked for us to do a, sorry, I'm realizing it's over here. And look, there it is. Y'all had asked for us to go and find out what would it cost to figure out what it would cost to replace our gas system. Right?
Not gonna
To
happen.
expand.
To expand our
To
gas
expand
system.
it. What did I say?
You said replace.
You said
Yeah,
replace.
To expand. I apologize. It's late. So that is also in your report, and I've got to find it. This was the last. I went in the reverse order.
Page 258. Keep going.
There's a lot of different. I'm not the engineer guy, but there's a lot of different variables. You can go out here. I'm just making a comment. You guys tell me whatever. I can go out there and run lines to 1604 and put gas in a line, but it doesn't mean I'm going to have enough volume to meet the demand. So, depending on how far you want to expand, you may don't forget about that 4-inch transmission line that comes from Lacoste. That's 60 years old. It has limitations on its capacity too.
And my concern there is that's a line that we own.
Yes.
West Texas Gas has a similar line. They have deeper pockets. They're replacing theirs at a cost of $10 million.
It's 5 miles of 4-inch, very good for pipe, but it's 60 years old.
Right.
It goes right through the Medina Valley High School.
At some point,
They bought property on either side of it.
right. At some point, we're going to have an issue. The city will.
And it operates at 180 PSI, 175, something like that. MAOP on that. It's what they operated at, but it has a maximum allowable about 175, 180.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Anyway,
we have two suggestions in here, two proposals. Can you go through at a high level what those two proposals are? I have one of them here. It's $21,535. These are in your packets, gentlemen.
The city limits, and then one was to the extra or
TJ.
extra.
Yeah.
So that's why there's different proposals. We asked them to give us both those costs to do the analysis for that.
They both have the same title, cost evaluation current.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, John. Councilman Lee.
Yes, you remember back when we looked at the two proposals for West Texas Gas, or the same proposal 2 times? And we really didn't have a handle on exactly where we might provide service, what areas might come into the city. And I'd asked the question about overlaying the CCN areas, the current developments, the developments we could look that we might be able to service if it made sense. And that was so we actually had an idea of whether we wanted to use possibly West Texas Gas to do some things, and then we would do some other things, because voters said we had the responsibility, but we didn't have enough information about the expansion, line replacement, all of that kind of stuff to make a educated decision. And so that was the purpose that I had behind asking the question. Now, when they did an evaluation of our current system, my understanding is that we're following that percentage replacement plan, but those lines feeding the city were okay. They were okay. And so, but there's obviously a point you get to that you don't have enough capacity. But from what I understood, there still was sufficient capacity for making up the pressure and obviously get more gas through there. So that wasn't an issue right now of having to replace that and still be able to service some development. We just don't know how much.
Yeah, so these two plans would help us identify how to secure the current system, do some of the projects we talked about before,
as far as creating capacity to continue to serve. So this is places like MP Homes, and so other places that are inside our city limits. And then the other one, this is for the developable areas. So now you're looking at Flat Creek and Alsatian Oaks.
And even beyond,
Carm
we asked them to
property
look
that's
beyond,
north.
beyond that.
Yeah, the Carm property is north.
We showed them the plan, that the model that they had, respect, and asked them to look at that, the whole model, do the same.
Right. By model, what he's talking about is when y'all did the water and sewer master plan, you already paid an engineer respect to really look at what does it look like if all this land developed? What would be the demands on the system, the water, the sewer, et cetera. We've looked at that. We haven't done that for gas. So this is for potential action. It's listed that way. If y'all want to approve these two proposals, we will start looking at what it would take to serve our existing CCN and the future growth areas.
And the cost for both of those again was?
It's $33,000 for one of them.
21,535. 21,535 for the other.
$21,535 for the other. So it's about $60,000.
Does it require budget amendment?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's not check.
You've got some money. Honestly, you do have some money in the gas system in the budget for outside contracted services.
Not that.
I don't have my budget on me, but it's probably around 15,000 or so. Yeah, you've already spent by when I say 15,000, you actually have more than that because we did TRC through those line items. You've got the guy that's helping us,
Bill.
He's looking over our shoulder. Pena. Simon. You know, his money is coming out of there. So that money is, we knew what their costs were. That's where the most of that money that you've allocated in the budget is going to. So we would need, yes, a budget amendment.
I want to make sure I understand this $55,000.
Yeah.
It's to come back and say we can do it, or is actually
to give you a cost estimate, like to give you what I guess engineers would call a 30% plan of here's what it would look like to here's what it would look like to provide gas to Alsatian Oaks, for instance, to Flat Creek, and it would give you a really good idea of what it would cost to put those pipes in.
So there's my next question, what you just answered based on that. So we don't know the footage and we can't just extrapolate the cost of what it takes.
We can.
Instead of spending $55,000. I mean, tell me point A, point B. I measure it on Google Earth and I say it cost X amount to put it in per foot.
Well,
a swag.
You can do a.
That's what we're looking for. That's what we're looking for.
Well, no, I thought this is what y'all asked for.
Oh no, I'm okay. I'm just asking you the question.
Councilman Lee. So we do have one for Flat Creek.
Give me 30 and I'll do it for you.
Yeah, we looked at Flat Creek and we actually put that together and said, well, this is what it's going to cost.
Here.
I want to say I provided that to y'all at the last meeting or the meeting before last.
Last meeting.
So y'all do have those numbers.
Yeah.
Yes. The short answer is yes, we can do that. But what council directed staff,
I understand.
Get a cost estimate for what it would cost to figure out what it would cost to expand the gases.
I'm just giving my 2 cents worth. Then
we're not recommending to do it.
So this is just to give not a plan, but to give us an idea on what it would take to do it.
How much will they? What kind of plan will they actually put together with you? If we pay them this money,
I'm just curious.
How much of a plan do we actually get? Is it kind of like our water and sewer master plan?
Okay.
Okay. So it would serve as a capital planning tool for your future gas projects.
Okay. I just wanted to ask the question. I mean, what's the deliverables? What do we get in exchange for $55,000?
But I will say, I mean, anyway, if you ask my opinion, we gave you some information about Flat Creek, and I think that's more than enough information for you all as policymakers to say, does it make sense for us to Bob Lee's kind of comment, does it make sense for us to go ahead and put this gas in? What's the RI? How many years would it take to pay that back? The answer is about 35.
Yeah.
It would take about 35 years to pay back the $450,000 investment we would make to put in gas for Flat Creek. And I'm using numbers, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was something like that.
Right.
Yeah. And then you can say, okay, do we as a city, small city, want to pay $450,000 because Flat Creek says they aren't going to put it in, or do we want to give that to West Texas?
I
and say,
understand.
West Texas, you do it, and we'll take that that sweet 7% franchise money that
And
you're
walk
gonna
away?
You didn't tell us what the profit might be though over that length of time.
That's what I'm saying. Well, your payback's like 35 years.
35 years.
And you're taking no money to operate the gas system. You're just,
Well, that's not
you're
profit.
just-
That's just covering the cost.
You're just paying principal and interest. Is that all you're saying?
No, I'm saying that you would cover your operations cost plus the cost of the original gas.
Call the question.
You understand?
There's one more item after this, and that would be, so that's the gas system. Is there any action on this? No. Okay. We did, I hope this is what y'all are expecting. This is what we tried to put together.
Well, we need to look at it and really kind of digest this too.
All right. Well, the report's here, and if y'all want
Got it.
further action, that's what future agenda items are for. Then the last item is the best and easiest, and that is improvements to Steinbach House. We got a contractor to go out there and look. I can provide you more information about the gentleman you told me about. He's not dead. But
No, look, before he goes any farther with that, I know they asked for an agenda item, and I said, wait a minute, it's more for maintenance. And I understand Scott looking for things, and what I brought to him, I find things. On April 13th of 21, Councilman King made the motion, Mr. Councilman Carey seconded it we did a professional services contract, Parker's Professional Service, with 2-year inspections for that house. And of course, in talking to Deborah, it didn't work out. They don't have a real good history. They didn't follow suit. So, because that was my question, if we had a contract for services, then we should have somebody be doing this.
Well, no,
But we're not.
Well, but also,
It was
that was for him to come back and look at it, and then if he said, "Oh man, this,"
Yes.
and it's going to cost you $10,000.
Right. No, I understand. But part of his agreement was to do the staining, whatever, but also included 2-year inspections.
Right. So he was
Okay.
going to charge us
But
for the
but
inspection.
but we didn't. But it's okay. He's not worth messing with. But I asked the question.
yeah, and I appreciate
Okay.
that.
So
That's good.
that's why I was leaning
We probably
to you
probably
just
don't
make
want to
that.
discuss it any
No.
more than that.
Yeah,
And I'll just
so
leave
I
it-
didn't bring any of that up.
No, I'll just leave it at that.
So we have a $12,500 more or less to make some repairs, plus another to the building itself, and another, we'll call it $1,500 to fix the roof. Those are 2 items. Normally, I would just approve those, but since this was a committee that y'all did, I wanted to provide feedback to the rest of the council of what that produced.
Okay. This was an agenda item I put on, and we voted on this agenda item to create the committee, to go evaluate those structures, including the windows, which are not mentioned whatsoever, and the city hall exterior windows and doors. Not a peep has gone on. You sent something the day before the meeting, which I never saw, and so.
No, you said you saw it. It was an email.
No, I did not see it.
You said in the council meeting you saw it.
The hell I did. Go back and listen to the tape. I said this is inappropriate to discuss because we didn't get it in ample time to read it and digest it. And that's why I objected for us trying to vote on that because we didn't have anything to go with. But the windows were not addressed, but they were requested to be addressed. This building was not addressed, and it was requested and to come back with a plan to see that it continued in the future to be maintained. If it had been maintained like the mayor says, maintenance item, it never would have come to the agenda, would it? And so I don't consider this item closed as the agenda item that was put on at my request.
There's a separate item for City Hall. I'll just tell you.
Yes.
City Hall with address, the windows at Steinbach House.
Okay.
So I would like to put that agenda item for the committee to come report on those at the next meeting.
I delayed City Hall. It was requested to be on the agenda. I delayed that because of the length of the agenda. So
It's on 428.
so it's coming.
Okay, so can someone make a motion tonight to hire this guy?
Yeah.
To complete these repairs, and
that.
we will be using, because of the building, we use hot funds to maintain this building.
Yes.
So somebody please make the motion to do that.
I make a motion that we use the hot funds to complete the required repairs to the Steinbach house
I second it.
For a cost?
We'll get a separate estimate.
for a cost, let's see here.
12,000.
Well, I gotta add the two together.
It's approximately 13,000.
Say,
Say, for approximately $14,000.
yes, not to exceed 14.
We're going to exceed 14,000. I think we need 15.
Okay, I amend it. Not to exceed $15,000.
Not to exceed $15,000, using hot funds to do it. We have a motion and a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
All right.
This concludes the agenda. Now we will move to new agenda items. Please let staff know.
Please do. Are you adjourned?
Are we adjourned? Are we adjourned, Mayor?
I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Move.
What time?
Second,
I'll second.
11:05. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Meeting adjourned.
By yourself.